You're at College Green in Westminster. Tell us all.
Yes, Charlie, I was there in Downing Street throughout all of this morning. I saw Wes Streeting march up to that front door into Downing Street, and I saw him not long after march out again. I shouted many questions at the Health Secretary, none of which got a reply, but it is clear that the Health Secretary had a look of determination on his face. This was a short meeting, a very, very brief meeting with the Prime Minister. It was briefed previously by allies of the Prime Minister that it could be a meeting of reconciliation or finding common ground. I'm not sure that that is exactly what went on inside Downing Street this morning, because ultimately, if you're going to find sort of a reconciliatory path, if you're going to try and calm things down, that does not indicate a short shrift meeting, and it certainly was a short shrift meeting. So ultimately, what is going on now? Well, as the King's carriage is leaving Parliament behind me, as we start to see the grand procession of dozens of horses, and indeed you can see just behind me here from our vantage point on College Green, the wonderful display of everything that Britain does so well, this pomp and pageantry, the cavalry, and indeed many other members of the armed services as well, lining there the streets. We've seen the carriages set off, but my goodness me, how much of this is overshadowed by the politics that continues to go on. To give you a bit of a flavour of what is going to happen in the House of Commons in the coming hours, this is still the sort of state opening ceremony. We're going to have a humble address put forward by a backbench member of Parliament, seconded by another backbench member of Parliament, but then it's the turn of the Leader of the Opposition and then the Prime Minister to speak. Ostensibly, this should be a debate on that humble address. It should be a debate relating to the state opening and the King's speech, the government's legislative agenda for this term in Parliament. And yet, will there be a temptation for Kemi Badenoch? Will there be a temptation for Keir Starmer to stray beyond that brief, to talk about the issues that, frankly, everyone in the country is talking about right now? How much longer does this Prime Minister have? And is Wes Streeting ready to jump? It does seem likely that he is. A bit of context, tomorrow we're going to get regularly released healthcare statistics. It's expected that they're going to show that waiting times have fallen, waiting lists have fallen, and it could be that Wes Streeting uses that moment to say, look what I've achieved as Health Secretary, but the government is simply not working in other places. Could it be that tomorrow Wes Streeting resigns, that tomorrow a challenge is brought against the Prime Minister? That is the received wisdom now here in Westminster.
Well, Tom, just on that point about waiting lists, Wes Streeting has now broken his silence in his first public remarks since these reports emerged that he was preparing to resign and challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership. He's posted on X about 15 minutes ago saying, under Labour, NHS waiting lists are falling, ambulances are arriving faster, there are more GPs and higher patient satisfaction. He says, lots done, lots to do, and that the health bill will boost the impact of our investment and modernisation, cutting bureaucracy to invest in patient care. So, Tom, how do you read into those remarks from the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, going back to talking about those waiting lists falling? Is he perhaps sort of polishing his own record as he prepares to challenge the Prime Minister?
I think that's certainly what he's doing. He doesn't want to be seen to be someone who is distracted from his day job. He would rather the narrative is that he was trying to get on with the job, but was distracted by the chaos around the Prime Minister. And to be fair to Wes Streeting, he did not start this chaotic leadership contest. That was Catherine West, not someone seen to be an ally of Wes Streeting. And indeed, his allies weren't those first people to say that the Prime Minister should resign. We've seen a wave of different MPs from all different factions and wings of the party say that the Prime Minister should resign. But it is, however, true to say that throughout yesterday afternoon, it did become clear that many of those ministers who were resigning were people closer to Wes Streeting. Not the first ministerial resignation, that was Miatta Fahnbulleh. She is seen to be closer to Angela Rayner and perhaps Andy Burnham. But the latter ministerial resignations, you saw Jess Phillips, you saw Wes Streeting's colleague in one of his junior health ministers. These people resigning is seen to be people closer to Wes Streeting, that perhaps the Wes Streeting operation by that point, by yesterday afternoon, was reaching this point of inevitability, that Wes Streeting would put his name forward. But people do not want, Wes Streeting himself will not want people to think that he has been plotting all this time, will not want people to think that he is the one that instigated much of this crisis for the Prime Minister. He wants to be seen as the guy who will come in and fix things for the country, not someone who destabilised things for Keir Starmer. I think this will be a significant part of the debate to be had in and around Westminster in the coming days and weeks. Just who is to blame for this instability? I think many people around the Prime Minister will say that Wes Streeting has been plotting for a long time to get to this point. However, people who are allied to Wes Streeting would almost certainly say that it is not Wes Streeting who kicked off this particular leadership crisis for the Prime Minister. The person who did that, if we're going to step Catherine West aside for a second, is the Prime Minister himself, with 1,500 council seat losses and losing government in Wales and reducing Labour representation in Scotland too.
Thank you very much for that, Tom Harwood.
Now, let's bring in former Attorney General Sir Michael Ellis, who's with us in the studio. Michael, you've been commentating on this incredible ceremony all morning. What a juxtaposition between the turmoil going on in SW1, but the timeless ceremony we've seen. What are we seeing on our screens now?
Well, Miriam, this is part of the dignified part of our constitution. Politics perhaps has a little less dignity than this ceremonial monarchy aspect of our constitution. Here, just before we came to these pictures, we saw the regalia, the royal regalia, leaving in the state coach of Queen Alexandra. That was the cap of maintenance, the sword of state, and the crown. And we're seeing here now the procession of the Honourable Corps of Gentlemen at Arms. This is a unit of the military which is actually the very oldest in the entire retinue of His Majesty's Armed Forces, created in the year 1509, and its function is to protect the sovereign in battle. At least that was its original function. There's the regalia in the carriage going back to Buckingham Palace. It'll be closely followed in a Rolls-Royce by the Crown Jeweller, who is the only person allowed to touch the crown with his bare hands, other than the sovereign himself. Although, for this occasion, he'll be wearing white gloves, and he's in that car. But over to you.
Well, I just want to bring in very quickly Gloria Dopiero, who's with us in the studio. Gloria, obviously we're seeing the ceremonial procession taking place, but all focus now is also on Wes Streeting. Allies of the Health Secretary telling the media today that they feel as though it's inevitable that he will now run. What is your feeling about this moment?
Well, I don't think that the Labour Party or the Labour government have portrayed their best image to the country over recent days. This is an accidental situation. Of course, there was disquiet, disappointment about Keir Starmer's leadership abilities, but Catherine West, a MP who probably you had never heard of until the weekend, decided that she was going to canvass opinion. By the way, this is not in Labour Party rules, for who would like to see the back end of Keir Starmer. Number of MPs decided that, yeah, they would sort of get involved and sign this. That's not the mechanism. The mechanism is, as we now believe Wes Streeting is going to display, is that 81 Labour MPs must sign the nomination papers for a particular candidate. And by the way, that the existing Prime Minister is automatically on that ballot, by the way. Because these rules that were devised were intended to strengthen and provide stability in the Labour Party, particularly in government.
I have to say, I actually do recall Catherine West because of an iconic clip of her responding to Sir Geoffrey Cox, a former Attorney General, who gave this most blistering, impressive speech in defence of the judicial system, and she stood up and called him pompous. And I did think that was a rather interesting insight into those Labour benches.
Well, she's certainly doing her best to get rid of the pomposity in Parliament by breaking all the rules, as you say. But nevertheless, I think there was a feeling in politics that something had to break this deadlock. Keir Starmer's been seriously unpopular ever since he's been elected, perhaps even before then. There have been so many times on this channel where we've said, is this the final week for Keir Starmer? Something had to bring it to a head. And now perhaps Wes Streeting is going to go over the top and launch a leadership campaign.
Miriam, we both sat in there and your party went through turmoil during the last Conservative government. I mean, repeated turmoil and changing of leaders. My personal view is that what should have happened is that to change a Prime Minister less than 2 years in is frankly bananas, but to stick with this current leader to go into the next election with would also be bananas. But you do it a year out. You don't do it less than 2 years in. That would have been my personal preference. And then I think you can refresh the government.
And, Michael Curtis, just hearing that perspective from Gloria, as someone who's no great fan of the Labour Party and indeed this Labour government, what is your thinking as someone who wants it to go and wants it to be replaced by a right-wing replacement, a centre-right government? Do you think it's better for the centre-right, for Reform and the Conservatives and whatever may happen at the next general election, for Sir Keir Starmer to stick around, or do you think it's in their interest for him to go now and for this party to continue to descend into the squabbling and disarray it's already in at the moment?
Well, I don't think it's in the national interest. Actually, this chaos is not in the national interest. It doesn't help our financial markets. It doesn't help the image that this country presents overseas. It doesn't actually help the Labour Party as an institution. It really doesn't help anyone. So, in that sense, of course, the opposition parties have to do their job, which is to discombobulate the government of the day. And that is exactly what the Labour government under, ironically, Sir Keir Starmer did with previous Conservative Prime Ministers. Really rather an irony, a rather rich irony, that this is now happening to him. But, Gloria?
It does remind you your experience in government, and now me as an observer, no longer in there, but watching what's happening in my government, that famous quote from Winston Churchill. Because, of course, Keir Starmer will face Kemi Badenoch this afternoon, and she will tear apart this quite substantial King's speech. But that it is the opposition that is in front of you. The enemy sits on your own benches and is behind you.
And that's absolutely correct.
Sorry, just remarkably, we're just on some images from Italy at the moment. I'm sure we'll go back to Westminster very shortly, but the Princess is there. We're just going from one royal event to another. Give us a moment. There we are, back at the main event in SW1.
A brief foreign trip is over.
Yeah. Well, I just want to talk quickly about, we just heard from Michael Ed talking about the national interest. Already yesterday, he spoke about the financial markets. We saw the bond yield hit a 28-year high of 5.81% yesterday morning, a tremendous surge as a consequence of this uncertainty. And I suppose one of the key defences for Team Sir Keir is to say, actually, some of the policies mooted by those from the Burnham camp and from Team Rayner, they would make the Liz Truss disaster budget look like a gentle tea party and a sweet summer's day. That actually their economic plans, we can't be in hock to the bond markets, as Andy Burnham said. That would be
He has realised what an incredibly stupid thing to say. It's like saying, I'm not in hock to pay my mortgage back to the bank.
But how could someone say that and then think
No, indeed. But he has realised what a stupid comment that was, and he's tried has rowed back on that, and you will see Andy trying to assure the markets that he can be trusted. But, you know, I think this sort of... I wonder if left-right is dead at the moment, because
I was about to say exactly the same thing, Gloria, and actually they're both main parties, what were the main parties, they're very much minor parties now, the Labour and the Conservatives, are now split down the middle, not on left-right lines, but what you might call small c conservative, progressive lines. I don't know how you phrase that, but I don't think Keir Starmer is the main problem that the Labour Party faces. The main problem the Labour Party faces is the Labour Party, and specifically the backbenchers. You could have the most brilliant Prime Minister we've ever had come in to 10 Downing Street tomorrow, and he or she would still have to get their agenda through Labour backbenchers who will not vote for it, whatever it is. And that's the problem we've got. That's the paralysis we have now. It's the paralysis we had under the last Conservative.
Well,
How do you fix that?
You mean on what are we talking? Well, Shabana Mahmood's immigration reforms, which are the toughest proposals that we have seen in this country for decades, they are in that King's Speech.
But they won't get through if they're any tougher, and if they're as tough as they...
I mean, they're tough.
Well,
they're tough, and you can see some movement in the numbers now.
But it isn't
isn't
right. But on illegal, she is not going to be able to do what is necessary.
It's in the King's Speech. I mean, to be fair, it is in, and on a normal day, we'd have been talking about the fact that it is in the King's Speech. Now, the welfare bill, there is no welfare bill in the King's Speech, but my goodness, what a hash they made of that. Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, announced that at a fiscal event and said, oh, do you know what, we need to save £5 billion. How about cutting the benefits to disabled people? Now, that's just political stupidity. I can see Michael itching to get
Well,
in.
I would
Give
just
me
say,
some comfort.
I would just say that the concern in the national interest must actually be that whoever replaces Sir Keir Starmer, assuming he is replaced, won't be very stable themselves because of the factionalism within the Labour Party, and may not survive the full 3 years left of this Parliament until 2029.
I think you'd end up having a general election before then.
Well, that is what I was leading to, which is that there must be a distinct possibility. I don't think it's inevitable, but there must be a distinct possibility that it would lead to an early general election. But, you know, we would have to say that the dignified part of the Constitution, which we've been talking about this morning, which I doubt we'll be able to speak much about as in the days to come, because we're going to see a more undignified aspect of the Constitution, which is the ease with which it's become easy now to change Prime Minister. By the way, the military there that we saw under the command of the General Officer commanding London District, Major General James Bowder, I think did a very good job. There'll be 1,000 military personnel who worked really hard there to get their uniforms in pristine condition and all the training involved. Their job is over. They'll be marching back to barracks. Commanding the Blues and Royals was Major Charlie Onslow and Major Ben Tracy from the Grenadier Guards. But there were people there from the Royal Navy, Royal Air Force and various army detachments, including the Grenadiers. I think they did very well. They performed their functions, I think, extremely well.
And I think you have performed your function, if I may say so.
You always do, Gloria, so I'm going to return the compliment.
Exceedingly well.
All right, we'll come back to you both very shortly, but let's cross live now to that famous street on your screens, Downing Street, where our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, is there for us. Catherine, I've been watching closely what Wes Streeting might be posting on X. He's been talking about the latest positive figures from the NHS. He's also now sharing praise for Sir Keir Starmer, introducing the Hillsborough Law, as it's known, in the King's Speech, which would include a duty of candour across public services, something that Labour has long promised. So, amid all the speculation, there is still praise from Wes Streeting for the Prime Minister.
Well, there might be praise from Wes Streeting for the Prime Minister, but we know now, it's being widely reported, that Wes Streeting came here to Downing Street to meet the PM this morning. He was only in the building for 16 minutes. He came out looking pretty chipper, and now we are expecting that tomorrow he is going to resign as Health Secretary and mount a leadership challenge. This is something that we've known for a long time that Wes Streeting was preparing for. Yesterday, many people thought that he didn't have the numbers, that he'd bottled it. The feeling in number 10 yesterday afternoon compared to yesterday morning was much happier. Even talking to people first thing this morning inside number 10, they were feeling much better. But things change very, very fast indeed. So it looks like the Prime Minister, from what I'm hearing, is of the belief that he will fight it and that he doesn't think that Wes Streeting will win. But of course, it doesn't just end with Wes Streeting throwing his hat into the ring. There is no way that the left of the Labour Party isn't going to mount a challenger of their own. Now, the preferred option for many was Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the most popular Labour politician in the country, and the one that the polls show would be the only person that would improve Labour's fortunes in the polls. But he came to London yesterday, he met with some supportive MPs, but we still don't know that he's found anybody willing to stand down to give him the chance to run in a by-election to get elected back to Parliament. So who will it be? Ed Miliband, Angela Rayner, both of those we understood would have preferred Andy Burnham to be the candidate. Andy Burnham isn't here. So it is just incredible. And one of Wes Streeting's allies said to me the other day, enjoy the roller coaster of the next few days. Well, sure, this is all very interesting for the media, but this is not what people voted for. Labour campaigned on a promise of change. They campaigned saying that they would stop the chaos, they would stop the infighting, they would be different to the Conservatives, and yet here we are, less than 2 years after Labour got a massive majority, with the Labour Party publicly at war with itself. We've got, what now, nearly 100 MPs calling publicly for the Prime Minister to go, over 100 saying publicly that he shouldn't, a whole load more who haven't said anything at all as yet, and we've had the incredible spectacle of a King's speech laying out a whole load of things that they want to do, but the reality is that we don't know who will be Prime Minister in just a few weeks or months' time.
Live for us in Downing Street. Thank you very much for that update. Going back to our panel here, we've got Sir Michael Ellis and Gloria Di Piero with us. I just want to go back to you, Sir Michael, on that point we heard there from Catherine Forster about the availability or lack thereof with regards to Andy Burnham. Gloria was saying before we went to Catherine that Andy's learnt from his mistake of talking about how we can't be in hock to the bond market. But I think it's worth stressing that left-leaning economic thinking is still very much at the heart of these Labour camps vying for position. Just to bring you one example, Paula Barker, backbench ally of Andy Burnham, who's been going out saying she wants him to run, she said yesterday that the markets will have to fall in line with
Hang on, Charlie. I think she's a member of the Socialist Campaign Group of Labour and Peace, which is the hard left.
Well, that's what the hard left might find.
Let's go back.
There's 30-odd MPs.
The exact opposite.
To have more power.
There's 30-odd MPs in that.
And 30-odd MPs, some of them support Andy Burnham, the man on your screens, who could be the next Prime Minister.
There was a famous lady a few decades ago who said you can't buck the markets. Margaret Thatcher famously said that. And the reality is the markets are in a position where I don't think any politician can say with any degree of certainty that they should fall in line with either Andy Burnham or anyone else. In fact, the markets tend to be decision makers and path leaders in these things. Now, with Andy Burnham, what's interesting is this. The suggestion that someone may resign from their seat as a Member of Parliament in order to make a path for him is a very risky one, because I don't think there are safe seats currently that can be assumed to be safe, and certainly not for a by-election. By-elections aren't normal things. In a general election, maybe so, but by-elections are used by people as a test of popularity. you really can't assume that even a 20,000 majority in normal times would fall your way in a by-election, and these are not normal times. So I think it's a major risk for anyone stepping down that they won't be defeated, and Andy Burnham then would be in a very embarrassing position.
Indeed, although Gloria Di Piero, Andy Burnham is popular in the Manchester region, and Luke Trill, the pollster for More in Common, has written in, I think, The Spectator today, that when he's done focus groups in and around Greater Manchester, he has found a huge amount of support for Andy Burnham, even amongst Conservative voters, Green voters. He probably does think he has a chance, especially if it's in the Greater Manchester area.
Well, as I understand, and anybody who has been a candidate will know that when you count the votes at your count, you can see it by ward. And to your point, or quoting Luke Trill, apparently in Greater Manchester, where he serves as mayor, every single ballot box, was on top for Andy Burnham. Now, that is quite extraordinary. But, of course, I think the world has got quite a number of people who have that, they are the greatest Prime Minister we never had. And, you know, Alan Johnson will always be loved because he says to me, because I was never Prime Minister. But, you know, Andy Burnham is currently in that position. But when you get the job, will you still be loved?
Well, this is
what I would say, in defence of the sort of candidates that we've been talking about, who, you know, some people want to say they're just mad lefties. I would just say this: Andy Burnham represented Lee, a working-class red wall seat. Even Angela Rayner, who I do not think will get the nominations, I don't think, represents another red wall seat. So they are in touch. And as for Wes Streeting, who I don't think anybody is describing as a lefty, but just in terms of GB News, he was one of the first senior politicians on this channel. And actually, I think that matters. I think you can tell something about the character of the Labour politicians if they were willing to be very early adopters of this channel, and Wes Streeting was one of those people.
I agree that was a classy act by him, and it was a clever move as well. It's exactly what he ought to have done.
So, Michael Ellis, Gloria Di Piero, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Right, we're joined now by the former advisor to Yvette Cooper, Danny Shaw. Danny, it's great to have your company this afternoon. You should also say you're something of a Home Affairs and policing whiz. I just want to get first and foremost your reaction to some of the announcements made in the King's speech with regards to crime and policing, particularly the sort of reaffirmation of this contentious courts modernisation bill that's going to restrict jury trials. So that's one of the more unpopular areas within the backbenches that Sir Keir Starmer is now sticking with.
Yes, I mean, looking through the King's Speech document, which has just been published, I mean, this is a very bold agenda for reform. I mean, people talk about the government lacking boldness and incremental steps and everything. I looked through some of those suggested pieces of legislation, and it seems to me that this is a really challenging programme, and there are some far-reaching changes if implemented. For example, in policing, with the creation of a national police service, reducing the number of forces in England and Wales from the current 43 to a much smaller number. I mean, this is difficult stuff to get through. The immigration reforms, amending Article 8, the right to private and family life, to restrict it, reforming the asylum system. Again, these are going to be difficult measures to get through. And then you come to the Courts Modernisation Bill, which is reintroducing the proposals that were so controversial over the past few months, which would lead to fewer jury trials for cases that would incur a likely sentence of up to 3 years. And the aim of that bill is to reduce the current backlog of Crown Court cases around 80,000. I support most of the measures in that bill, by the way. I think there's been some lack of understanding about exactly what they entail. This is not an attack on jury trial. Jury trials will stay, and rightly so, for the most serious cases.
But, Danny, however important the legislation that has been set out today is, it is being completely overshadowed by the leadership turmoil going on in the background. We heard just before the arrival of the King into Parliament that Wes Streeting was planning to run against Sir Keir Starmer tomorrow. In reality, none of this programme of legislation is going to get through, is it?
No, I don't agree with you, Miriam. I mean, I think some of these measures will get through. Whoever is leader, whether it's still Sir Keir Starmer or whether it's Wes Streeting or someone else. But I do agree. I think it's frankly, I'm very sorry that it's being overshadowed by this internal row over the leadership. For goodness sake, Sir Keir Starmer was elected with a massive majority. Less than 2 years ago, he transformed the Labour Party into a party that was electable after the terrible years under Jeremy Corbyn. He has made mistakes. He has not governed well. Politically, there's been some real naivety in number 10. I absolutely agree with that.
Just very quickly, I know you talk about the naivety in number 10. I mean, it seems to me that the naivety would be sort of clinging on to him at this point. He's so unpopular. So many Labour figures are seeing that there has to be a change. We've just got a very short amount of time. Sorry, Danny, but a lot of people watching this will be thinking the real naivety is coming from inside the Prime Minister's office at this moment.
We cannot have the chaos of the Conservatives, of leader after leader. You ditch a leader like you ditch a football manager because you've had a few bad results. That is not the way to go. There should be serious government. It requires serious politicians with an international standing. Stick to the agenda, stick to the programme. There are still over 3 years before the next election. Just hold your nerve.
Well, I think, sadly, Danny, that horse has bolted. Danny Shaw, former advisor to Yvette Cooper, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And you are watching Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. There's plenty more coming up on today's show on this momentous day in British politics. Yes, GB News is out and about in Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, asking people what they make of the turmoil in government. All of that, much more, after your latest news headlines.
Good afternoon. The top stories. King Charles has unveiled the government's planned new laws at the state opening of Parliament. The King's speech began with the government warning of a dangerous and volatile world, adding that economic security depends on raising living standards in every part of the UK. Legislation to strip disgraced peers of their titles was included following the scandal surrounding Lord Mandelson. On the government's agenda are infrastructure development, plans for legislation to reform the police, the NHS and the criminal justice system, and a bill to strengthen ties with the EU. Well, the speech comes after Sir Keir Starmer's 17-minute meeting with the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, who's seen as a potential leadership rival at Downing Street this morning. Health Secretary has reportedly said he is going to resign. That's according to The Times. Mr Streeting met the Prime Minister for crunch talks at number 10. That lasted less than 20 minutes. The Prime Minister continues to fend off calls to stand down. Sir Keir has so far managed to see off an immediate threat despite ministerial resignations and at least 80 MPs calling for him to quit. And the bodies of 3 women have been recovered from the sea off Brighton, police have said. Emergency services were called after concerns were raised for the women's welfare at around 5:45 a.m. today, and their bodies were pulled from the water near Madeira Drive. But those aren't the latest headlines. More at the top of the hour.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Welcome back to Good Afternoon Britain with me, Charlie Peters.
And me, Miriam Cates. Well, joining us now is GB News presenter and former Labour Shadow Minister Gloria Di Piero and former Conservative Solicitor General Robert Courts. Thank you both for joining us in the studio. Robert, not a great day for the Labour Party, but the Conservative Party will probably be enjoying this turmoil.
Yes, it's one of those occasions when, despite everything that we're seeing, there is that slight schadenfreude of thinking it's not so easy, is it, actually, everyone, when you've been in that position yourself. But I really do feel for everyone in government and on the backbenches, just on a human level. It is incredibly distressing when you're going through this with the utter turmoil that you're seeing and you don't know, what's going to be happening from 1 minute to the next. And, a phone's going off all the time and you've got constituents talking
Cry
to
me
you.
a river. I mean, come on, Robert. That's seriously unpopular government. You're the opposition to this government. You're saying you feel sorry for them. Do they not have themselves to blame for getting themselves into this situation? A hugely unpopular Prime Minister, a Labour leader that most of the party weren't really ever sure on. They talk about this massive majority, but really, when you look at voting numbers, it's pretty wafer thin, in fact. you should be relishing this moment. Instead, you're feeling sorry for the ministers around him.
No, I'm just merely setting out the human quality before I put the boot in.
I'm astonished.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, this is something that where what is happening now, the seeds have been sown. But this is a Prime Minister who fundamentally doesn't get politics. The steps that he has taken has led him to where you are now. You only have to look at all of it's not just Mandelson, it's things like the family farm taxes, things like the inability to take backbenchers with them on all sorts of things. That inability to have a sure-footed understanding of what politics requires is what has led to this now. So yes, from the point of view of a Conservative politician, yeah, this is exciting stuff.
Okay.
And just to say that it might feel good today for opposition politicians, and I'm not surprised. I don't blame you. It looks terrible. We've been an embarrassment. However, in a year from now, in 6 months from now, we might have one of the most popular politicians in the country leading the government and being our Prime Minister, or somebody like Wes Streeting, who I think is one of the most talented politicians of his generation. You know, in the short term, it's terrible. In the medium term, the Labour Party might improve because it's not being well led
possibly,
now.
But Gloria, a more charismatic leader may give Labour a honeymoon period, for sure. But it won't change the fundamentals of the deep economic trouble that we're in and the complete lack of ideas and resolve within the Labour Party as a whole to sort out this problem.
Well, do you know what? I'll tell you something which is counterintuitive. If there is a new leader and they will get that honeymoon, I would go to the polls quite soon. And I would put out your agenda and I would get a mandate for it. And, you know, I think that might benefit the Labour
I mean, Gloria's put her finger on something really interesting. I do think we are getting closer and closer to a general election, partly because, although it's not constitutionally necessary to have a general election after there's been a Prime Minister change, it increasingly looks to be the case. And the real thing, of course, is that whilst, you know, putting the positive spin on it, you know, you could have a change of leader and then a new honeymoon period. The reality is equally that the backbenchers start getting a taste for regicide and they start thinking, well, this has happened once. And we've already heard the soft left saying, well, you know, if it's Wes, we don't accept that result. You know, we're then going to look at, you know, what do we do to get Burnham in later on? So we're already looking at axing not just this leader, but the one after.
Robert, do you think that one of the
never happened under us?
That's why you should go straight to the country.
One of the reasons why there might be a drive for a general election is because so much of Sir Keir Starmer's agenda was not in the 2024 manifesto. And that's a lot of what people voted for with Labour that year was essentially an end to your lot. Yes. Let's be frank, it wasn't really anything massively in favour with a political strategy that was very limited in its assessment by the media, I'd say, and actually quite loosely put out. But there have been lots of ideas and lots of policies driven forward. I'm thinking about digital ID comes to mind immediately. The Chagos bill and quite a few others that just weren't offered to voters before these major changes were presented. And I imagine if we get a new leader very shortly, such as Wes Streeting, they too may put out a series of political perspectives not shared by the general public and, frankly, not voted on either.
And these things really matter because it means that when you hit difficult times as a government, where if you want to do anything of any importance, you are going to, you've got to take your backbenchers with you. You've got to take the public with you. It's much easier to do that if the whips can go to the backbenchers and say, guys, you were all voted in on this manifesto. And the public are aware that there is something, as with Blair in '97, that there is a programme that they've voted for and are expecting.
Yeah, communication does matter. And I believe somebody who... There is an absolute Labour argument to cut that welfare bill. Absolute socialist argument to cut that welfare bill. It is not acceptable for people not to not being worked. Young people
Labour
who
aren't
have
the
never
party
been
of
in
work, are they?
They're
the party of welfare.
The Labour Party, the clue is in the name, was founded to represent working people. There's absolutely a left-wing argument to make it. Now, the reason, just if you let me finish my point, the reason why communication matters in politics and why the current Labour regime screwed that up so much is because they didn't make the Labour argument. So they said we are cutting. We need to say.
But it's not all comms, is it?
It's
the
not
point
all
that Miriam
comms.
made a while ago is just that, and she's absolutely right, is that it's not just about communication. No matter how good your communication is, and Wes is a good communicator, you've got to have done the groundwork first. You've got to have thought through how your policy sits together. You've got to know that you've got the figures right. You've got to bring the people with you. It's more than just
100%. No. Telling a story, saying why.
But,
Not just we are.
Unfortunately, the story of the Labour Party now is that it was once the proud representative of working working people. Now it's the representative of benefits and immigrants. That's how people see it, whether or not that's how individual Labour MPs view themselves. And how are you going to refresh an entire parliamentary
I mean, do you know what? I'm not going to argue against that characterisation. And this is my point. I feel, as somebody who believes in our borders, who believes if you can work, you go to work. By the way, I grew up in a workless household, and I know the difficulty of doing that. There's nothing left-wing about doing that. But yes, so it kills me that my party can be characterised in that way, Maria.
OK, right. Thank you very much, Robert and Gloria. But let's cross over now to Westminster and join our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood, who is with the Reform UK London Assembly member Alex Wilson. Tom, take it away.
Thanks very much, Charlie. Yes, as you say, I'm joined by Alex Wilson, member of the London Assembly, one of the first elected reform politicians beyond local councils in this country. But of course, what we're seeing now in Westminster is a pretty shabby sight of a government collapsing in the middle of a King's Speech day. What do you make of it?
Well, it's absolutely staggering, really. I mean, all governments, when they come in, they have a honeymoon. This one hasn't. The wheels have come off very, very quickly, and you've seen today is just a continuation of that process. It's shambles. We were told just less than 2 years ago the adults were back in the room. Well, that's proven to be completely not the case. We've got a government that's got no grip, no sense of direction, no sense of purpose, and quite frankly, it's time for them to go.
Is this your fault? The Reform Party campaigned in the local elections saying vote Reform, get Starmer out. Many people did vote Reform, and now it looks like Starmer could be being got out.
Well, there we go. We've made an election promise that we've kept, hopefully. So, yeah, we did go into those elections. Very strong message, vote Reform, get Starmer out. The people in their millions did exactly that. They voted for Reform, and now the Prime Minister is under extreme pressure. But when I was out on doors, it was deeper than that. It wasn't just dissatisfaction with the Prime Minister. People have lost faith with the Labour government in its entirety, and that's why I think that we had a little shower of rain just now. That reminded me very much of that morning on when Rishi Sunak went out onto the steps of Downing Street and called a general election. I think it would be the best thing possible for the country if Keir Starmer could do the same, because we need a government that's got a sense of purpose, a sense of grip. We need a leader who's got a grip over their own party. There's only one main party leader today that has that grip over his own party and could do that over the country as a whole. That's Nigel Farage. That's why we need a general election now.
Don't you see a certain sense of irony in complaining about the chaos in the Labour Party, but also almost taking ownership of the creation of that chaos?
The chaos is very much of their own making. It's because they came into power with no clear plan of what they wanted to do. They had all that time to prepare for it. The outcome of the 24 general election was a foregone conclusion for at least 2 years. They should have known exactly what they wanted to do. But the way they've carried on shows that simply wasn't the case. And it's no surprise when you've got a front bench made of people who have spent no time running their own business, making real decisions, having to employ people, pay wages, all those kind of difficult things that have to be done. They've got no experience in that. And so when it comes to making real-world decisions that affect everybody's lives on a daily basis, you just haven't got it. And that's why they're a shambles.
Alex Wilson, thank you very much. Back to you, Charlie and Miriam.
Thank you, Tom. And this is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News with Charlie Peters and Miriam Kate, shortly to be replaced by Nana Akua. And there's lots more coming up on today's show.
Yes, we'll be out and about in Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, asking people what they make of the turmoil within the Labour Party.
But first, if you're in search of some holiday sun, could the Prime Minister be set for a quick break? Here is the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
It remains fairly cloudy over southern Italy with a few showers here, quite cloudy too in Barcelona, but plenty of sunshine for Ibiza and southern Spain as well. One or two showers possibly feeding down on a cool northerly breeze to the Canaries, certainly showers likely in Madeira. Southern Spain, southern Portugal dry and sunny, northern Italy also seeing some sunshine, but there's that cloud with some outbreaks of rain. The odd shower over mainland Greece, but most of the Greek islands dry and sunny. Some showers may crop up in Santorini on Saturday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hi there and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's another cold day today. Some bright spells around, but frequent showers will be blown in on a brisk north to northwesterly breeze. That breeze because of low pressure in the North Sea and winds coming around the east-western flank of that low pressure will send plenty of showers across the UK from the north and northwest. The most frequent downpours will occur through parts of central and eastern Scotland, central and eastern England as well. Some longer spells of rain, some hail and thunder thrown in as well. The winds gusty and feeling cold, with temperatures at best reaching 15 Celsius in the south, barely reaching the teens elsewhere, feeling cold in the wind. But there will be some clearer and drier and brighter weather towards the west at times, so it's not going to be raining everywhere all day. However, across central and eastern Scotland, those showers will be continuing into the evening. Northern Ireland seeing plenty of downpours as well. They'll be on and off, so like I say, persistent rain, not something to be too concerned about through the day. But as we go through the evening and overnight, it will turn a little drier and clearer towards western parts. The wind easing towards the eastern parts, and where we get some shelter from the wind, where we get some clear spells overnight, temperatures are going to fall away. So certainly feeling cold as we begin Thursday in sheltered spots. Those temperatures dipping into the mid to low single figures. In urban areas, 6 or 7 degrees. Plenty more showers to come on Thursday. A couple of differences compared with Wednesday. The showers a bit more focused towards the south and southwest. Again, with some hail and thunder at times. A little drier towards the northwest, but a cold wind continues to blow. Temperatures, not much of an improvement on Wednesday, 11 to 14 Celsius.
Thank you, Britain, for making GB News Radio such a huge success. Whether you're in the car, on the go, or listening at home, thank you for choosing us as your radio station.
Good afternoon, this is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. The A92 is closed in both directions from Melville Lodges roundabout to Ladybank Junction due to emergency roadworks. On the A55 at Britannia Bridge, there is a speed limit of 30 miles per hour in both directions until further notice. In Staffordshire, a broken down vehicle has led to 2 lanes being closed on the M6 southbound between junction 15 and junction 14. Normal traffic flow is expected by 1:15. And on the trains, there is major disruption on northern services between Hebden Bridge and Halifax and Brighouse, as well as TransPennine Express running delayed between Hebden Bridge and Brighouse. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Good Afternoon Britain. I'm Nana Akua. Oh, I think I'm doing my own show. I'm not. It's me and Charlie Peters, 47 minutes after midday.
Right, let's speak with our national reporter, Jack Carson. He's in the heart of the Red Wall. It's Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. Jack, great to have your company this afternoon. What are people in Mansfield saying about the current political drama? What do they make of Wes Streeting as their potentially new Prime Minister?
Well, I don't think Wes Streeting is a name really which has come up here when I've been asking people as the kind of name that would change them back to being a Labour constituency at the next general election, or continuing to be a Labour constituency at the next general election. This seat here, as you rightly say, Charlie, in the middle of the Red Wall, it is, you know, ex-mining here in Nottinghamshire. It's a proud former industrial town. In 2017 and in the 2019 election, it was Conservative under the MP Ben Bradley, but Reform here had a big rise in votes in 2024 and swung it really without much more support needed back towards Labour. But really there is not much patience here for Keir Starmer from people I've been speaking to here. A lot of people telling me that they really believed he was going to bring about change at a faster pace than what is happening. One gentleman said to me that he thought he should have resigned after everything everything with Mandelson in the past few months, let alone drag it to the point that we're at now. When I asked them that question of, well, if not Keir Starmer, who would you like to be Prime Minister? The only name that seems to have some traction, particularly here in the Red Wall, is Andy Burnham. But I think speaking to them further about that issue, it is the fact that he is disconnected from Westminster, which is why there is slightly more trust with him compared to other Labour politicians, that he's not in Parliament at the moment, that they see what he's doing in Greater Manchester and think that that could be a better model for how the country is run. Certainly in terms of his more personal leadership qualities, that's something that's come up in terms of criticism of Keir Starmer here in this Red Wall seat, that they just don't necessarily believe that Keir Starmer has the leadership qualities to get through the cost of living. That, of course, something mentioned in the King's speech when His Majesty the King was setting out the government's agenda over the next Parliament. But they just don't feel like there's any measures. They're still feeling the pinch. One lady said to me that she voted for him last time, but she's not again after, in her words, he came after the pensions, of course referring to the winter fuel allowance. So there's decisions made over the past couple of years under the Prime Minister's leadership, which is why people here in Mansfield just don't seem to have that trust with the Labour government. And so really the view on the ground here is that he should go.
All right, Jack Carson, thank you very much. Well, still with us in the studio is GB News presenter and former Labour Shadow Minister Laura Di Piero and former Conservative Solicitor General Robert Courts.
Robert, let's start with you, actually, because we just heard from Jack Carson there saying people on the ground in Mansfield are talking up Andy Burnham. Gloria's done plenty of that already quite recently. Do you see him as someone who could threaten and turn the Labour Party's fortunes around?
He's certainly a good communicator. He's certainly one of those people who seems to be liked by the populace at large, but there are still massive structural problems that underpin the Labour offer anyway. And in key we see with this, for example, on the welfare rebellion that we've had, there are so many structural issues riven throughout the Labour Party that whoever comes in is likely for a start to suffer from the factionalism. West Streeting, for example, won't go quietly if it turns out that Andy comes and takes the crown. But the inability to have an understanding of what they're for, the point we were talking about earlier, elected on a manifesto, so they know what to prioritise and what ultimately to sacrifice, because to govern is to choose. That means you can choose to prioritise some things, but it means you have to choose to deprioritise some other things. From my perspective, I want to see a lot more money going into defence as soon as possible. But that is going to have to come from somewhere. It's either borrowed, or it comes from tax rises, or it comes from some other money being saved. And the structural problem within Labour is they can't agree amongst themselves what to prioritise and what to cut.
Well, Gloria, your thoughts on this?
Do you know, I just wonder if politics is actually... You were talking about the government's agenda and how popular that is or otherwise. I wonder actually if leadership in today's Britain is about good vibes. Like, I'm being a person rather than a politician, which is why Andy Burnham has good vibes. Nigel Farage has good vibes. Now, if you outline...
Just a bit of charisma, isn't it, Gloria?
Do you know
these
what?
are basic leadership qualities.
I think it might be as simple as that. If you went into the streets of Mansfield, by the way, I represented the next door seat to Mansfield for 10 years. I would always listen to the conversation in Mansfield. But I bet if you went there and said, do you know what Nigel Farage's policy programme is? They'd be like, no, but we think something, it's tough on immigration, perhaps. Perhaps they would take that away. If Nigel wasn't in reform, I'm not sure that party would be doing very well either. So I just think we're in a different time of politics and good vibes matters. Tony Blair had it in spades.
Tony Blair did have it in spades, that's absolutely right. And we can look at examples on either side.
Yes,
people,
absolutely.
Boris Johnson for Conservatives, Tony Blair for Labour, and then people like Theresa May or Gordon Brown, again, who lacked that. You've got to have the ability to communicate now more than ever with 24-hour media and with social media. But I think there's a really interesting point there to unpick, that the issue of being a politician and a campaigner, they're different jobs, really, and those are really different jobs, again, from being an administrator or a governor. And the really great Prime Ministers, Thatcher on the Conservative side, again, Blair on the Labour side, are those who
Sorry, Robert, Gloria, I've got to interrupt very quickly. We're going to go live to Beijing, where US President Donald Trump has just touched down on Air Force One. And very curiously, actually, the tech billionaire Elon Musk is also on that plane, joining the entourage for what is going to be a crucial diplomatic visit amid the United States' war in Iran. China, of course, very reliant on Iranian oil products. We've seen Iran and China engaging in close diplomacy recently. What will President Donald J. Trump be saying in Beijing, and what agreements might he secure at this critical moment? The US president just landing now in China for this long-awaited and heavily teased visit of Washington in Beijing.
Well, it says good afternoon, Britain on GB News. We've got lots more still coming up on the show. So, sorry, you were saying, Gloria, about, well, we've got Donald Trump landing here. What are your thoughts on, do you think Donald Trump's going to manage to get some sort of deal with Iran? Because the real problems here are obviously...
Ask Charlie, he's the expert on this stuff.
Go on, Charlie, carry on.
I'm here to empty my head about the Labour Party.
I was going to call it Labour Party.
I'm happy to wax lyrical about this if you want me to.
You wax lyrical, I mean, I wanted to talk Labour.
This issue of having all these tech leaders with him, I do think it's very interesting, the two sort of colliding global powers, the two superpowers that remain, China and the United States. And I think it's almost as if the US president is bringing in his cavalry, bringing in Elon Musk of Tesla. They've got Tim Cook of Apple. He's looking to have some major sort of headline-grabbing deals. He's expecting, Donald Trump, that Xi Jinping will give him a big fat hug when I get there. So as Air Force One comes to a standstill on the tarmac in Beijing, we'll see whether or not that big fat hug takes place. But the overshadow across this visit is the Middle East conflict, which of course the US started along with Israel, struggling to find a conclusion to that. And there have been talks in recent days, particularly in the US media, that American support for Taiwan might be reduced because he wants President Xi's assistance with reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which has, of course, put tremendous pressure on the United States, on Donald Trump's presidency, and critically, for all of you watching and listening now, it's put a huge strain on our cost of living as well.
I mean, a lot of people, the only real beneficiaries right now of the whole Straits being shut is really Russia out of all of this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is the great geopolitical struggle of our age, is the position of a rising China against the United States. And we ought to be absolutely clear for all of us in the West that the unity of the West and standing strong of the democratic states of Europe and the United States, Canada, Australia, the English-speaking world as well, is absolutely vital for everything that we hold dear, for our values, for our way of life, for our economics. So there are a number of big issues that are being teased out here, and part of the issue that's being played out in Iran is that issue of separating out Iran and China. That's part of what lies behind it, and of seeking to break up that strategic alliance which opposes the democratic West. The issue, as always, is what any deal shows. What are the T's and C's? What's the fine print? Sure. What's promised in exchange by Donald Trump?
And as the steps are brought towards Air Force One, there will be a break with diplomatic protocol from Washington in China, because he is expected to discuss with President Xi US arms sales to Taiwan. Now, that is a departure from long-standing insistence in Washington that it will never consult Beijing on its support for the independence of Taiwan. So possibly an indication that we could see the US weakening, or at least adapting its stance towards Taiwan in order to secure the support of China amid its war in Iran, amid this standoff, this dual blockade, a ring of steel, as President Trump calls it, the US Navy double blockade over the Strait of Hormuz. And the door opening there on Air Force One, President Trump has, over the last few months, urged other countries to get involved with reopening the strait. He's, of course, called on Tehran to do that, but he's also singled out the United Kingdom. He singled out South Korea and France and Italy. We heard an announcement from the Ministry of Defence yesterday that HMS Dragon, a destroyer, would be sent to the Middle East if the conditions allow, along with a set of fighter jets to defend the skies as well and help liberate shipping there. But it could could be actually the support of China that is more significant in achieving that major international security goal. This is a blockade that has affected all economies around the world. It has affected the supply not just of oil and those vital energy products, but also petrochemicals, fertilizer, the global food industry, ammonia supplies. All of these critical supplies have been affected by the blockade. And as we await for President Donald J. Trump to step foot in China, we could see the first steps towards a resolution of that crisis, a new step which involves China working with the United States to release that blockade, to allow commercial shipping and maritime freedom of navigation to return to the Strait of Hormuz. What will the Iranians think of this meeting? All those questions still to be asked, and when they're answered, you'll get them here first on GB News.
Well, this is Good Afternoon Britain. It is 1 o'clock on Wednesday, the 13th of May. I'm Nana Akua.
And I'm Charlie Peters.
My ministers will take decisions that protect the energy, defence and economic security of the United Kingdom for the long term.
Well, the King unveils Sir Keir Starmer's agenda on a day that has been overshadowed by Labour infighting. Reports suggest that Wes Streeting is preparing to resign and launch a leadership challenge against Sir Keir Starmer after a tense 16-minute showdown ahead of the King's speech. Could this finally be the moment the Prime Minister loses control?
I was there in Downing Street this morning when Wes Streeting walked into number 10 and then quickly walked out of number 10 again. He didn't answer any of our questions, but now it looks almost certain that he is to launch a leadership campaign tomorrow morning.
And what about Andy Burnham? The Greater Manchester Mayor hosted a secret summit in London as he eyes up the top job.
And we'll also be out and about in Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, asking people what they make of the turmoil within the Labour Party.
Well, this former Labour heartland could be up for grabs once again at the next general election. Could it be Reform who have done here well locally in the past couple of years in local elections? Asking people on the street here, there's only one name currently in the Labour Party that they would think is a better Prime Minister than Keir Starmer. It's Andy Burnham.
Well, breaking news. We were talking with regards to Donald Trump arriving. We saw him arriving there in Beijing. We're waiting for him to descend the steps of Air Force One. Very important meeting that he's going to be having with Xi Jinping. Interestingly enough, when Rachel Reeves went to China the last time, I think she got £600 million worth of investment into the UK. That was over the Parliament. I'm sure Donald Trump will probably do a whole heap better than that. But as we say, with the war in Iran, right now China will be suffering because that is one of the shipping routes that they use via the Strait of Hormuz. And the real beneficiaries right now of this particular war are Russia. Russia will continue to supply their oil and gas. They are not impacted by this at all, and all of that funding, helping to fund their war with Ukraine.
Indeed, and recently we have seen America taking steps with regards with sanctioning the Chinese. Several Chinese firms accused of working with those Iranian oil shipments and also allegedly supplying satellite imagery used in Iranian military operations. So this could be a very tense meeting, despite President Donald Trump talking about a big fat hug coming between him and the Chinese president. He's also spoken about his personal connection with Xi Jinping. We see the crowds there gathering, are waiting for the president to come down those steps. But Trump said that he would be talking about how he will be preventing a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. He said, I think we'll be fine. He said, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. He knows I don't want that to happen. There's going to be also a major focus potentially on AI between these two countries, who are sort of locked in a race to be the global leader in that new technological development. And Nana, you were speaking about the trade deals secured by Rachel Reeves in Beijing some months ago. There are expected to be billions of dollars of deals here with regards to Boeing. Of course, he's landed on a Boeing, but other sales of commercial jets, also a deal expected to be signed there as well. A sale of 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. It'll be one of the biggest orders in the the manufacturers' aerospace history, and that's set to be announced during this trip. And they'll also be talking about a new board of trade to manage what China can and should buy from the United States and vice versa. And we should say, talking about all these escalating international crises from Taiwan to the Strait of Hormuz, press in Beijing and independent foreign correspondents who are there talking about how actually Beijing, they don't want an escalation either. Their economy remains pretty heavy in terms of domestic demand. There's a property crisis, and also the Strait of Hormuz has really exposed their energy crises too, Nana.
Well, it has, because behind the scenes the officials in America have been urging China, who are actually Iran's biggest oil customer, and to try and get China on side, because they may have some leverage in Tehran and sort of pressure the Islamic Republic into reopening the Strait. Now, there's been a lot of to and froing about the Strait being open, the Strait being shut, but I think you mentioned it earlier that the US recently sanctioned several Chinese firms, accusing them of assisting Iranian oil shipments, and also, as you talked about that, the satellite imagery. So it is really in the US's interest to get a really good deal with the Chinese, and also to try and get that leverage so that perhaps they might be able to influence how the war pans out.
Oh, this is certainly a major business and trade charm offensive from the US president. It's not just President Donald J. Trump will be seeing coming down those steps shortly, but also the head of NVIDIA, the major tech giant, Jensen Huang, Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk of Tesla, and also, of course, SpaceX, Larry Fink of BlackRock, the major financial firm. All of those are among the entourage travelling with the US president, and he's set to obviously bringing them along for this two-day high-level visit. And Trump said in a post on social media earlier, "I will be asking President Xi, a leader of extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level." And we were speaking, Nana, about the trade agreements expected to be secure between the two global superpowers. It's clear, isn't it, from the entourage he's brought with him, that he wants American tech power to be front and centre of any future deal. And perhaps there's a little bit of a showing off element to that as well, that for all the economic might that China has, they might lack that cutting edge technological distinction that the United States currently poses, particularly through the names of those men I just read out now.
Well, of course, America are very advanced with AI. I mean, if you go to San Francisco, when you check out Silicon Valley, you'll see that the Americans have really pushed forward with AI. And actually, it's the Americans right now that are leading the field in that particular narrative. But again, bringing it back to the war, she has criticised Donald Trump and the war in Iran, and he has actually called for peace. And he said that safeguarding the international rule of law is paramount, and that it is important that Donald Trump realises this. Now, there's still also a lot of friction between the two sides on the Iranian conflict, but if we bring it back home here, there's been talks of jet fuel shortages and all of that. So far, it hasn't apparently impacted us here in the UK. But if the war does continue, I think a lot of us will be looking at whether we can afford to go on our summer holidays in a couple of months' time. So it really is important that Donald Trump secures some sort of agreement and perhaps gets Xi Jinping on side so that he can have some sort of influence with the war.
But he's told reporters that I don't think we need any help with regards to the Strait of Hormuz, any involvement of China. But as you say now, I think lots of people watching around the world will be thinking, we hope you do get some help with this, because this is a blockade and a static waterway that needs to change for the benefit of the globe. as you're referring to those commentators saying it hasn't impacted sufficiently enough in the United Kingdom, I think the warnings and the economic outlook in Britain are dire. Some of the tens of thousands of job losses associated with the war in Iran are devastating, particularly in manufacturing. And just to bring it back to the United Kingdom, particularly in some of the areas where Labour has just shed a lot of support, the former industrial heartland. Some places actually still have a lot of industry and clinging on to what's left amid the surging energy prices. Talk about job losses in South Wales. So people might be watching this saying it's all well and good. Here he is, Donald J. Trump, now taking the first steps down from Air Force One onto the tarmac here in Beijing. The Beast motorcade is waiting for him at the bottom of these steps, but here he is. President Donald J. Trump, US President, arrives in Beijing for the start of a 2-day visit, which will include high-level talks with President Xi of China. They're being greeted by the Chinese delegation, including members of the military. He will be shortly departing on the Beast, which is just in the foreground of the shot there, that heavily armoured vehicle, which will be central to the travel he does around the Chinese capital. And those still on the plane behind him, you see others coming down now. That will include Elon Musk. I think we can just maybe get a camera shot there, and other major tech leaders who have travelled with him, including the CEO of NVIDIA, Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk, of course, of Tesla and SpaceX, and also Larry Fink of BlackRock. Usually just a very brief vision, isn't it, when you see a world leader like President Donald Trump coming down these stairs? But here is quite the entourage he's bringing down with him immediately.
Well, Keir Starmer got a sort of similar entourage, didn't he? Sort of a similar greeting. We saw Keir Starmer walking the red carpet and all of that. But interestingly enough, with all these sort of tech billionaires coming to talk and try and speak to Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping, his rule has seen an expansion of things like censorship and sort of mass surveillance. And some have said that his rule has shown quite a bit of a deterioration of human rights. So it is sort of interesting that now he's talking to these people, even though Xi Jinping has about a 95% approval rate. That is, if figures are to be believed in China. But I guess they probably don't have much choice. But the bottom line is, in China, there's a lot of censorship. He has increased that. So with all these tech billionaires, that kind of flies in the face of what Donald Trump and his kind of regime and the people around him are about.
Yes, and we've just seen it was the Chinese vice president who came out to greet President Trump after the 47th president of the United States stepped off Air Force One in Beijing. See, making his way towards the motorcade there, and that's quite a remarkable demonstration. Besides the red carpet, as this American delegation makes its way forward, we can see the president's son in the distance there, as well as the start of this 2-day visit gets underway as President Donald J. Trump makes his way into the Beast for the beginning of this 2-day high-level visit. He gave a short fist pump to the greeting party as he made his way to the top of the stairs there. President Donald J. Trump with the Beast waiting on the tarmac. He's inside the motorcade now. He's set to hold these high-stakes talks with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, and so much is at stake. The freedom of navigation in the Middle East, the freedom of the Taiwanese people, and also many questions about the global economy, about trade deals between the United States and China, and how it might impact us here at home, with Elon Musk, Tim Cook from Apple, also the CEO of NVIDIA, a senior man, Larry Fink of BlackRock as well. All these major business figures reportedly travelling with the president. What sort of deals might they secure? We know there has been a mooted 500 Boeing jets set to be sold, an agreement between Boeing and the Chinese, 500 737 MAXs, the largest ever order of its type. But what other deals might come up? He's going to ask China to open up as he brings all these industry leaders to the country. Right, we're finishing there. We're leaving Beijing. We're crossing now to Westminster because there's breaking news in the last hour that allies of Wes Streeting have told the media the Health Secretary is reportedly preparing to resign following that 16-minute showdown with the Prime Minister this morning.
Right, well, let's cross over to Westminster, where GB News' Deputy Political Editor Tom Harwood, who is with Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Helen Whatley. Tom Harwood.
Thanks, Nana. Yes, we're here in a ridiculously, I don't know quite how to describe the weather here. We've had hailstorm and sunshine. Now we're somewhere in between. I don't know, insert your own metaphor here for the political weather that seems to be equally changeable. But yes, delighted to be joined by the Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Helen Whatley. Helen, before we get on to the obvious questions about who the Prime Minister might be tomorrow, let's speak first about the content of the King's speech. No new bill on welfare.
This was a glaring gap in the King's speech. No commitment to bring forward legislation that would bring down the welfare bill. We know the welfare bill is out of control. Benefits are ballooning. 1.5 million more people on universal credit since Labour got into power. They tried to do something about that last year. Labour backbenchers would have none of it. It got pulled and nothing brought forward today. It's a sign that Keir Starmer is clearly so weak, but also his party is not up for cutting benefits, and that's so badly needed.
So despite the enormous budget deficit and the problems in the markets with the ability of this government to pay down its debt, £100 billion a year being spent on debt interest alone, there's no commitment in this King's speech to actually reduce spending on welfare.
I mean, this is absolutely extraordinary. I mean, we're spending £140 billion a year just on working age welfare. That's forecast to go up to £170 billion by the end of this Parliament. There are glaring opportunities to make welfare savings. I've already been setting them out. We've identified £23 billion worth of welfare savings. Things like stopping benefits going to foreign nationals, stopping benefits for low-level mental health conditions, anxiety, ADHD. Those people would be better off in work. These are the sort of things that the government could and should be doing, but they're just not up for it.
Parliament did try, the government, I beg your pardon, the government did try to reduce the welfare spend, particularly when it came to disability benefits. There was a big rebellion. This Parliament would not abide it. Is it not just prudent of the government, therefore, to think that this is not a Parliament that could pass welfare reform?
But this is the problem with the Labour Party, the problem with the weakness of their leadership, that even though something so desperately needs to be done, benefits so desperately need to be brought under control, they are unable to do it. So you might say it's prudent, but they really should get a grip of this and work out a way to do it. And I mean, this is a problem. We've got this swirl around what's happening to Keir Starmer, future Labour leader. But whatever happens, it's the same old Labour Party, and it's a group of MPs who believe in taxing more and spending more when our country needs to be taxed less and government spending to be brought under control.
Now, there was a roar of thunder as you delivered that answer, and I just wonder, does it feel like a storm in Parliament as well as up there in the sky right now? It feels like there is an absolutely febrile atmosphere. There could be a challenge to Keir Starmer's leadership as soon as tomorrow morning. You're a veteran of several leadership, I suppose, tumultuous situations within your own party. How does it feel to see it from the Labour Party today?
Well, I don't like seeing this going on, actually. However frustrated I am with Keir Starmer, I know this kind of instability actually isn't a good thing for the country. What the country needs is strong, decisive leadership to fix its problems. And so there may be all these kind of machinations going on amongst MPs and Labour, who's going to be the next leader. But get out there and talk to people. People are fed up with all of this. People are fed up with the cost of living. People are fed up with taxes, with life being so hard. They want a government to fix these problems. This is one reason why we, the Conservatives, have set out our alternative plan today, our alternative King's speech, saying all the things that we want to do in government, like, as I said, bringing down welfare, like leaving the ECHR so we can get a grip on immigration, those small boats, like investing in defence, backing businesses. We need a government that's doing these things, and we need strong leadership, and Labour just isn't giving it.
Helen Whatley, thank you very much indeed. Well, here from a really ridiculous College Green. I mean, I don't know if you heard the thunder in the background. We've had blazing sunshine a little bit earlier, and now it feels like we're about to have the most tumultuous storm. So I'm going to get dry, head inside the tent, and hand back to you.
All right, Tom Harwood, thank you very much. Well, joining us now is a GB News presenter and former Labour Shadow Minister Gloria De Piero and former Conservative Immigration Minister Tom Pursglove.
Right, let's start with you, Tom, because we just heard from Helen Whately there talking through this crisis, former colleague of yours. And just looking through the situation as it stands, a lot of people are now talking up the possibility of a snap by-election for Andy Burnham. He's got to move quickly, hasn't he, if he's going to engage with the situation that Wes Streeting is reportedly bringing about. Do you think Andy Burnham can find a seat?
Well, the whole situation is completely farcical, isn't it? And none of this is putting the national interest first. When you look at the cost of borrowing, which has hit a 10-year high, when you look at things like what Tom was asking Helen Whately about in relation to welfare reform, so obviously needed, but a government incapable of delivering that because there just isn't the political will or the political stability to do what's so important.
Tom, come on. That is rich, because obviously the welfare bill ballooned under you and this government inherited it, and no, they're not doing enough to tackle it. Come on, that was a legacy that was inherited from you.
Couldn't deliver. Keir Starmer could not deliver £5 billion of savings. And what this government was in receipt of was a fully worked-up package, some of which it is doing. So, for example, and actually John Ashworth and I did a lot of work on this together, kind of, across the dispatch boxes, a lot of cross-party agreement. Things like the right-to-work guarantee, trying to support people into work where perhaps that hadn't been possible, trying to move people off disability benefits. There's good cross-party alignment there. But the actual savings, there is just no credible plan coming forward from ministers to deliver it. There was a credible plan to deliver savings with us. So, you asked me, Charlie, about Andy Burnham. He is clearly somebody that could potentially change the Labour Party's fortunes. I think that people look at him as being a charismatic leader in Manchester. They want to see that transferred into the national debate. But it's interesting that he's being goaded now, isn't he, by Downing Street, suggestions that there isn't a seat at all for him to fight. It would seem to me that if he is serious about this, this is now not putting the national interest first. This is getting away from itself. It's running away. It's taking on a life of its own. He actually does need to inject himself into this, I would say, pretty quickly if he's serious, because we need to bring some certainty for the country's benefit.
Gloria, do you think he's being a bit of a hypocrite, really? Because the Tories were just a disaster. To me, this looks like Conservative 2.0, but on sort of high-speed or something going on.
It breaks my heart to see some of the mistakes made by the former government, particularly the chaos and instability. It's terrible for the country. I couldn't agree with you more. And the Labour Party said they wouldn't replicate it, and that's exactly the position that we are on now, and I feel embarrassed about that fact. However, Keir Starmer is, no matter, I do think they've introduced some good policies, but he's obviously not got the ability to connect properly with the public. Yeah. And it is a problem. And his approval ratings are absolutely terrible. And I think now that Catherine West has accidentally started a leadership contest, we might as well follow through. But I want it to be as bloodless as possible, because it's not good for the country. We all agree with that, if there's a party at war. So I think it's untenable to have a race without Andy Burnham in it.
Well, why is Keir Starmer clinging on then? If he's really acting in the best interests of the country, he should just step aside.
Well, he would say that most MPs actually support him. And he has a case to, there are figures which he has in his pocket.
Country first, though. The country doesn't.
Right, Gloria and Tom, thank you very much for your time. You're watching Good Afternoon Britain on GB News, and there's lots more coming up on today's show.
Yes, more on the breaking reports that Wes Streeting is set to resign as Health Secretary and challenge Sir Keir Starmer. Stay with us for a jammed-packed political show.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things up the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Good afternoon, Britain. It is fast approaching 26 minutes or even 27 minutes after 1 o'clock. I need to get my eyes tested. Joining us in the GB News studio, presenter and former Labour Shadow Minister Gloria De Piero and former Conservative Immigration Minister Tom Pursglove. Now, we were talking about Keir Starmer. I think we can continue with that conversation. Gloria, you were saying how you were embarrassed by all of this, and this is literally a replica of what happened, but it's kind of a high-speed version.
There were no good options for the Labour Party. Keir Starmer is just not very good at the job. Now, I think they've introduced some good measures, actually. And, you know, the NHS is starting to turn round. They did put a lot of money into it. I'm very relaxed about the Employment Rights Bill, for example.
Really?
Yes, no, I am. I believe in it. But that's fine, because we're on different sides of the political spectrum. But Keir Starmer, the vibe, the gloom that accompanied it, the ridiculous winter fuel payment decision. I mean, my goodness, they made some really ridiculous errors. So here we are. So you could continue knowing all that, which is not good, or you could make a change. But please, goodness, for the country, you get one chance at doing this. Please do not replicate the chaos of what happened under the last Tory government. I get you want to change. Please only do it once, because it did them absolutely no favours to do it multiple times, and we will suffer the same fate.
Tom, it feels like they're doing it already, doesn't it? There's already this major split, different camps within camps on who should be supporting which candidate. And so much that we hear about them on your screens right now, so Keir Starmer, is that at the moment he's been pushing this message that it's him or it's division, and that Nigel Farage represents division. As I say, most of the division appears to be coming within the Labour Party. That's as many of his critics will see it. And Gloria's been talking about his personal attributes, his shortcomings there. Just to do a little bit of history, after the Hartlepool by-election that he lost, when he was leader before he became Prime Minister, he was said to be almost quitting there. He had to be talked into remaining as Labour leader. Do you think he's a bit of a bottler in these moments. He has to be talked to stay in the job.
I just don't think that any Prime Minister ever wants to step aside. You know, it's not just the zenith of your career.
It's also,
you know, it's the biggest thing in your life that you will ever do. And no Prime Minister wants to leave. So I'm not sure he's going to need any persuading to stay on. But
he might lose that fight.
But it's not tenable, is it? It is just not tenable for this to continue. And what we're seeing is the situation just beginning to develop and develop and develop. It's becoming more and more chaotic. There's talk of Wes Streeting resigning. There's all the speculation about whether Andy Burnham is going to enter the race. That is no good for the country. And I do think there's a responsibility on the Prime Minister to show some leadership, but also for senior people in the Labour Party to also try and reason with him and reason with the operation around him about the fact that this is just running out of road. And when it's over, it's over. We all know it's over. I think most of his colleagues know it's over. I mean, fascinating listening to people like Jonathan Hinder, who I've become a bit of a fan of, I have to say, because he's spoken with such clarity. But extraordinary to see a backbench, newly elected MP coming out and saying the speech on earlier in the week was tone deaf, that the Prime Minister is going, and saying that with such conviction. The game is up, and I think the Prime Minister should leave with a big bit of dignity, and his colleagues should try and help facilitate that.
I think we might get to that point. I think we might end up at the point where he does, in order to maintain his dignity, set out a timetable. Now, in order to have a full contest, if Andy Burnham is not in it, then his supporters in the Labour Party will feel very aggrieved. They will feel like it's a legitimate process. So if you want it to be bloodless, it should be a long timetable, perhaps till a new Prime Minister in September, but really to make sure that whoever is victorious, that there is a healed Labour Party and a healed government afterwards. I think it would be wrong not to let Andy Burnham stand in that contest.
But he might not be able to stand. He needs to win a seat, and there are no safe seats.
No, but you see, Andy Burnham wants to stand. And it is quite impressive, actually, that he is willing to put his money where his mouth is, because all the polls suggest that he's the most popular politician in Britain. But it takes some guts to put that to the test, to resign the Manchester mayoralty and say, I know this party is so unpopular, I know Labour haven't won a by-election, but I'm going to put myself for this because I think that I can buck the trend.
But his inaction yesterday and again today is leaving all of this in a holding pattern. It looks as though, you know, Wes Streeting may be the one who begins to break the deadlock.
But he's made his way down to London on a train. He's done something.
Well, quite. So he came to London, then didn't make the announcement. What is going on? Sort yourselves out.
OK, Tom and Gloria, thank you very much. Back to you both very shortly. It's time now for the Great British Giveaway. And no, it's not a Labour MP handing over their seat to Andy Burnham. It's your chance to enjoy a sensational summer on us. You could win how much, Nana?
£76,543.21, tax-free. Here are the details.
£76,543 and 21 pence in tax-free cash could be yours this summer. That's totally tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. What would you spend it on? Treat the family and friends to the ultimate summer party, or just relax with enough cash in the bank to make this year your best yet. And remember, because it's totally tax-free cash, you'll get to keep every single penny. So, what are you waiting for? For a chance to win £76,543 and 21 pence in tax-free cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show after your latest news headlines.
Charlie, Nana, thank you. The top stories. King Charles has unveiled the government's planned new laws at the state of opening of Parliament today. The King's speech began with the government warning of a dangerous and volatile world, adding that economic security depends on raising living standards in every part of the UK. Well, the speech comes after Sir Keir Starmer's 17-minute meeting with the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, who is seen as a potential leadership rival at Downing Street. The Health Secretary has reportedly said he is going to resign. That's according to The Times. Mr Streeting met the Prime Minister for crunch talks at Number 10 as the Prime Minister continues to fend off calls to stand down. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage is facing an investigation by the Commons sleaze watchdog over a £5 million gift from a party donor. Mr Farage was referred to the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards over the undeclared gift from Thailand-based cryptocurrency investor Christopher Harbourne, received in 2024. Donald Trump has landed in Beijing for talks with Xi Jinping. The US president issued a new warning to Iran as he set off for a state visit to China, saying Iran will either do the right thing or we will finish the job. The US president said he will have a long talk with the Chinese leader about Iran, but doesn't think he needs his help. Those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, there's more news from me at the top of the hour.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Thank you, Tatiana. Lots more coming up on today's show.
We'll get more on these breaking reports that Wes Streeting is set to resign as Health Secretary and challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership. Stay with us for a jam-packed political show.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's another cold day today. Some bright spells around, but frequent showers will be blown in on a brisk north to northwesterly breeze. That breeze because of low pressure in the North Sea and winds coming around the east-western flank of that low pressure will send plenty of showers across the UK from the north and northwest. The most frequent downpours will occur through parts of central and eastern Scotland, central and eastern England as well. Some longer spells of rain, some hail and thunder thrown in as well. The winds gusty and feeling cold, with temperatures at best reaching 15 Celsius in the south, barely reaching the teens elsewhere, feeling cold in the wind. But there will be some clearer and drier and brighter weather towards the west at times, so it's not going to be raining everywhere all day. However, across central and eastern Scotland, those showers will be continuing into the evening. Northern Ireland seeing plenty of downpours as well. They'll be on and off, so like I say, persistent rain, not something to be too concerned about through the day. But as we go through the evening and overnight, it will turn a little drier and clearer towards western parts. The wind easing towards the eastern parts, and where we get some shelter from the wind, where we get some clear spells overnight, temperatures are going to fall away. So certainly feeling cold as we begin Thursday in sheltered spots. Those temperatures dipping into the mid to low single figures. In urban areas, 6 or 7 degrees. Plenty more showers to come on Thursday. A couple of differences compared with Wednesday. The showers a bit more focused towards the south and southwest. Again, with some hail and thunder at times. A little drier towards the northwest, but a cold wind continues to blow. Temperatures, not much of an improvement on Wednesday, 11 to 14 Celsius.
Thank you, Britain, for all of you who listen to GB News Radio.
Whether you're at home or on the go, you're making us Britain's news channel and Britain's radio station.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. The A92 is closed from Melville Lodges roundabout to Ladybank Junction due to roadworks. Britannia Bridge on the A55 has a speed limit of 30 miles per hour. On the M1 southbound in Leicestershire, 2 lanes are closed between junctions 25 and 24A. Staffordshire's M6 southbound between junctions 15 and 14 has 2 lanes closed. the M4 westbound entry slip at junction 8 has one lane shut. And on the trains, there is major disruption on Northern and Trans-Pennine Express services between Hebden Bridge and Brighouse. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Good afternoon, Britain. 38 minutes after 1 o'clock now. Joining us now is GB News' Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood, and President of the Liberal Democrats, Josh Babarinde MP. Tom.
That's right, Nana. Here we are back again on College Green. Thankfully, the hailstorm has now stopped. Fingers crossed it lasts this interview. But yes, I'm delighted to be joined by Josh Babarinde, Lib Dem MP. And Josh, first of all, before we get into the psychodrama of the Labour leadership, what were your impressions on the King's speech? What today was meant to be about?
Well, today was meant to be about the King's speech and what the government was going to do to support people with the cost of living, to support our NHS, to help our economy to grow. And that has been completely overshadowed by what's going on in Downing Street, those 16 minutes, what happened there between the Prime Minister and Keir Starmer. And ultimately, people voted to get the Tories out last time round because they wanted to move on from these psychodramas. They wanted stability. They wanted the scandals and the drama to go, and look at what we've got again. I didn't see anything significant in there about helping to address the rising cost of living, rising fuel prices, for example, caused by Trump's illegal war in Iran. I didn't see enough when it came to housing reform, ground rent to be reduced but not abolished, leasehold reform, stopping short of what I think we were promised. On a European Union, I know that this is a sensitive subject for many, but all of the evidence tells us, and indeed just our experience tells us, we haven't got the Brexit benefits that everyone said we would get. There wasn't enough there to help fix our broken relationship with Europe so that our economy can grow more. So lots missing, and it's a running theme with Keir Starmer that there's just too little, too late.
It's interesting to see that there was a huge list of bills mentioned by the King, but as you say, overshadowed by the political machinations at the top of the Labour Party. Do you feel that the King was embarrassed today?
Well, I think there have been too many instances where the King has been put in a very sensitive position in the middle of politics when he shouldn't have been. For example, the state visit to go and see Trump during the height of this crisis in Iran. He should never have been put in that position. He did a blooming good job there, by the way, but he shouldn't have been put in that position. And today we're in a situation where we don't know whether the Prime Minister is going to be here tomorrow or in a week. We don't know whether he's going to be able to see through all this legislation that he's dragged the King in to come and announce. And what we got, as you said, Tom, was a list of lots of different stuff. But is it really real? And is it going to have a real impact on people? I was there at the prorogation ceremony when Parliament was kind of closed up shop before the King's speech. A list of bills was reeled off that had been passed over the last 18 months. And to be honest, I was left thinking, a lot of my constituents got in touch and said, you know, I was watching that on telly, what impact is that going to have on me? It's just not enough.
Well, Josh Babarinde, thanks indeed for joining us here live on College Green. A very, very busy day here in Westminster, but yes, some concern about what is actually going to happen in the weeks and months coming forward.
Thank you very much, Tom Harwood. And we've still got our panel in the studio here, Gloria De Piero and Tom Pursglove. And Tom, I just want to start with you, getting some more detail about what was announced in the King's speech. Of particular interest to me, personally, is the EU Partnerships Bill. Again, not something in the manifesto, that we would be fast-tracking EU rules into law in Britain without MPs voting on it. Is this not another one of the Prime Minister's problems, that he's been announcing things that people actually weren't voting for 2 years ago?
I definitely think there's a democratic legitimacy issue around exactly those sorts of measures. And, you know, you heard him, it was a very light speech at the start of the week when he was trying to rescue the situation, but he touched on this EU reset, this let's get closer to the heart of Europe. That is not what people in places like Wigan voted for. Sent a very clear message last week that the government is just getting it wrong when it comes to things like the EU, not respecting the outcome of the Brexit vote. But also, it's slightly disingenuous, isn't it? Because the rhetoric there, and I would disagree with taking steps that sort of involve, you know, free movement, the single market, the customs union.
None of that,
But,
and so does he. And so does he.
But the truth is, it's not really then the big reset that he's trying to suggest that it is. So the rhetoric doesn't match the political reality. But what we have seen is this incrementalism around getting closer and closer again to the European Union. That is not what voters want. I think they sent a really resounding message last week about that.
Well, that is interesting because I remember I voted I voted Remain, but I absolutely vehemently respected the result against many colleagues in my party. But I was in a, you know, heavily Leave seat. Actually, no one cares about whether nobody wanted increased transaction costs to do business across Europe. So I think people are quite pragmatic about it. He's absolutely adamant that his red lines stay: no customs union, no single market. I mean, will many people in my former constituency or yours benefit from the Erasmus scheme? Probably not.
No,
but I'm relaxed about it. But I'll tell you
Which
what...
is an inferior scheme, by the way, to the Turing scheme.
I'll tell you what we should be talking about
and
today.
more effective.
I'll tell you what you may not want to talk about today, as we are on different sides of the political divide. But Shabana Mahmood's reforms, which he has announced, are in that King's speech. Your party...
Here we go, then.
Here we go. It's so the legislation will look to restrict the use of Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. That is the right to respect private and family life, which people say is being exploited. That is going to be looked at, not under a Tory government, but a Labour government.
Well, actually, I think what you'll find...
Also, make age assessments more robust to root out false claims from adult migrants pretend to be children. I'm not going to bore people by listing all the things that are in it, but Shabana Mahmood is the toughest Home Secretary that this country has seen.
And her party hates her for it, and the Labour Party backbenchers hate her for it.
But she's putting it through. She's putting it through. She would have resigned. I don't know this, but she has so much integrity. I think if this had not have been the King's speech, she would have resigned.
Well, I just want to... We've got to go, but when we do come back, I want to talk about the injection of the digital ID, because that was also in the speech, and nobody voted for that, and that was another thing that was just sprung on us.
Right, this is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News, and there is lots more coming up on today's show.
Yes, and we'll be out and about in Mansfield and Nottinghamshire, asking people what they make of the turmoil within the Labour Party.
First, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's the European travel destination forecast.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
It remains fairly cloudy over southern Italy with a few showers here, quite cloudy too in Barcelona, but plenty of sunshine for Ibiza and southern Spain as well. One or two showers possibly feeding down on a cool northerly breeze to the Canaries, certainly showers likely in Madeira. Southern Spain, southern Portugal dry and sunny. Northern Italy also seeing some sunshine, but there's that cloud with some outbreaks of rain. The odd shower over mainland Greece, but most of the Greek islands dry and sunny. Some showers may crop up in Santorini on Saturday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Neil, my partner, I don't drive anymore, but my partner Neil was driving, and we'd been to have a manicure and a pedicure, which one always does on a particular day, and we were coming back home, and we would turn the corner onto a busy road, which is a dual carriageway near the Tower of London, and Neil suddenly stopped behind a car, which was letting some people off into a hotel. And then I said, move, because the car moved in front. And Neil said, it's dead. There's nothing happening. And the whole car just sort of stopped. And I tried to open the door, and I couldn't open the door. I tried to open the window, couldn't open the window. We couldn't do the hazard lights. And cars were zooming down this road at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Now, it was a 20-mile-an-hour limit to this road, which is important because Neil rang the insurance. The insurance gave the RAC the number, and we then communicated with them. And this was at 5:45 in the evening. And they said, we'll be with you between 12 and 2 a.m. So we panicked. There was a terrible panic because cars were zooming down, moving out into the road to not bump into us. And I was really panicking. And what happened next was that when we decided we couldn't get out, I then rang the police. Now, the police, I spoke to this girl, and this police girl said, no, we can't come and collect you, I'm afraid. I said, I'm terrified. And she said, no, sorry, we can't come and collect you. It was just so frustrating.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
As soon as it hits 11 and the headlines come in, the Late Edition brings you the breaking news from all the front pages. Because the news is going to happen. So get a head start today. Patrick Christie's tonight, Late Edition.
Alex Armstrong tonight, Late Edition. From 11 o'clock every night.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. It's coming up to 10 to 2 and some tragic news now because the bodies of 3 women have been recovered from the sea off Brighton.
Emergency services were called after concerns were raised for the women's welfare at around about 5:45 a.m. this morning, and their bodies were pulled from the water near Madeira Drive.
Well, GB News reporter Isabel Fekulak joins us now from Brighton. Good afternoon, Isabel. What more can you tell us about the police investigation into this shocking incident?
Good afternoon, Charlie and Nana. Yes, tragedy here in Brighton. That's what the police have called it, a tragic incident, and it certainly was. Bodies pulled from the sea behind me at 5:45 this morning. Emergency services were called to the scene here and a search rescue was put on. Now, you might be able to see the choppy waters behind me. We've just experienced some strong winds, hail, thunder. These weather conditions reportedly contributing to this tragedy. Now, police briefed the media just over an hour ago. They said that they are still yet to identify the bodies of the 3 women, but the investigation is ongoing.
This is a tragic incident, and we are at the very early stages of our inquiries. Our priority right now is to identify all 3 women and contact their next of kin. I know this incident will be highly distressing for the community, and we are working hard with our partners to understand exactly what has happened. This includes gathering and reviewing CCTV from the surrounding area, including from properties and local businesses nearby. Our partners in the Coast Guard have completed an extensive search of the water, and at this stage we are not searching for anyone else.
Well, local MPs have responded to this tragic incident today. One MP, Sean Berry, said it was unbearably sad. Another praised the work of the emergency services. Now, police have said the search is over, but this area of Brighton Beach on Madeira Drive will remain closed to the public for the afternoon, and they have said it's a fast-moving investigation, so awaiting further updates on those identifications of the women and, of course, how exactly this tragedy happened in the first place.
Hey, Isabel Fekulak, thank you very much for that report down in Brighton. We've just got some breaking news to bring you now. We've just heard from the Prime Minister's spokesman, who said that Sir Keir Starmer has full confidence in Wes Streeting, that is the Health Secretary, even as he looks set to resign in a bid to launch a leadership challenge.
Full confidence. I think every time he says that, somebody goes, don't they? Well, let's speak to GB News' national reporter, Jack Carson, who is in the heart of the Red Wall, Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. So I don't know whether you got that, but Jack, Keir Starmer has full confidence now in Wes Streeting. Oh, dear.
Well, he might have full confidence in Wes Streeting, but I'm not sure anybody that I've spoken to today in Mansfield does. The only name really within the Labour Party that people here have told me that they think could make slightly a better Prime Minister than Keir Starmer is Andy Burnham. But speaking to them further, I think that is because he's not necessarily connected to Westminster. He's not in Parliament. They see him as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and some of the successes he's had running that part of the UK, and would think naturally that would translate if he was to be a Prime Minister. Certainly this seat, as you were mentioning, heart of the Red Wall, went Conservative in the last couple of general elections before 2024 when Labour won it back, because there is now a fight here for this seat with the rise of Reform UK. In last year's local elections in this town, they won all of the seats available in this constituency for the county council elections. So it's a three-way fight seemingly for this seat, and will become the next general election. But right here, right now, and whether the Prime Minister should go, what do people here think? Take a listen to what they told me earlier on.
He's the most useless Prime Minister I have ever known in my lifetime.
I don't know who is the right party. That's the problem, because they all say, oh, we'll do this, this, this and this. But do they actually look at the Labour Party? They are the U-turn government.
So he threw Operation Banner veterans like myself, he threw them under the bus. So I'll never vote for him again. Can't see me voting Labour again.
He's lost the country, and it's time he should realise that he should clear off and let somebody else have a go. Although there is no one, we want a general election.
Never voted Labour, never will. Have a nice day now.
Well, as you go, people in Mansfield certainly don't mince their words, do they, and tell you really what they think. Certainly, as you heard there, no real obvious candidates for them within the party who could possibly run in a leadership campaign that would give them any more confidence or any more trust. You heard in the King's speech mentioning things like still improving the cost of living. Of course, when people voted Labour at the last general election, that's the kind of change that I think they didn't have much patience for, let's say, and certainly from speaking to people here in Mansfield, it is the fact that they just don't see change happening in front of their eyes quickly enough. They still don't feel any better off than they did a couple of years ago, and ultimately that leads people looking to the top dog, if you like, the top person leading the government, and for them it is Keir Starmer, the man that stood up so many times and promised them change. That is ultimately where they just don't see it happening, and so ultimately they look really then for another leader. Nigel Farage, of course, touted here as possibly his party being able to win the next general election. The government hoping with their King's speech today and some of the legislative measures that they're setting out for the next Parliament that they could possibly, create a better standard of living for people, because that might turn people around here. But certainly people's opinions on Starmer, I don't think necessarily here in Mansfield are going to change. For them, it's time for him to go.
All right, Jack Carson, thank you very much. Well, that's not really a big surprise to me that someone like Mansfield would support Andy Burnham. But I just find this is just so hypocritical when Keir Starmer promised change and stood on a plinth of integrity, and now the whole thing is falling apart.
Well, you are watching Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show. Don't go anywhere. We've heard from the Prime Minister's spokesperson. He says he has full confidence in Wes Streeting, but will he quit?
£76,543 and 21 pence in tax-free cash could be yours this summer. That's totally tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. And remember, because it's totally tax-free cash, you'll get to keep every single penny. For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to stop. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, Parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis. In the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again. To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 2 o'clock on Wednesday, the 13th of May. I'm Charlie Peters.
And I'm Nana Akua. And in the last few moments, the Prime Minister has insisted that he has full confidence in his Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, even as reports emerge that he is preparing to resign and challenge him to a leadership contest.
Well, this comes on the day of the King unveiling the government's agenda, which has been overshadowed by Labour infighting.
Wes Streeting is the man that everyone is looking at. Could he launch that leadership campaign tomorrow morning? And crucially, has the King been embarrassed today?
And what about Andy Burnham? The Greater Manchester Mayor hosted a secret summit, which we all know about now, in London, as the eyes up the top job.
And we'll be out and about in Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, asking people what they think of the turmoil within the Labour Party.
Well, politically, at the next general election, this is one of the seats that could well be up for grabs for either Labour, Conservative reform. But should Starmer stay or should he go? I've been speaking to people in this constituency, find out what they think a little bit later on.
Do you know, I don't think we've spoken enough about the King's speech, actually, because there were some things in it that I suddenly thought, hold on a minute. The closer ties to the EU, which we know Keir Starmer would like, which people voted against ultimately in the whole Brexit debacle, and also digital ID. He brought that up again in the King's speech, and that I found a little bit disconcerting, seeing as, again, something not in the manifesto. What is the depth of it? They said it would be voluntary, but why is the King talking about it?
There's something that wasn't in the manifesto and has now been dropped from the King's speech. The Chagos bill. Think about all the amounts of political capital and time that was wasted on that bill, seen by many as an act of self-flagellation, getting rid of one of our territories overseas, a key military and intelligence base for the US and the United Kingdom as well. Of course, all that time and all that reputation, frankly, wasted on that. and it's not even there now.
Exactly. That is yet another of the sort of mishaps of Sir Keir Starmer pushing forward something. There were links with different Lord Herman or this, and it's just all of it is just all a bit much really for people, and they want him to go. Wes Streeting has said that potentially he may be challenging his leadership. We'll find out more as that unfolds.
We'll get in touch, gbnews.com/your say. Very keen to have your perspective, but first let's cross over to Tatiana Sanchez for all the latest news headlines.
Charlie, thank you and good afternoon. The top story, Sir Keir Starmer has full confidence in Wes Streeting, the Prime Minister's spokesman has said, even as the Health Secretary looks set to resign in a bid to launch a leadership challenge. Mr Streeting met the Prime Minister for crunch talks at Number 10 this morning. Sir Keir Starmer has so far managed to see off an immediate threat despite ministerial resignations and at least 80 MPs calling for him to quit. Meanwhile, the SNP has announced it will force a vote on Sir Keir Starmer's future in an amendment to the King's speech. 4 ministers resigned yesterday and called for Sir Keir Starmer to step down. Meanwhile, more than 100 Labour MPs signed a statement backing him. King Charles unveiled the government's planned new laws at the state opening of Parliament. The King's speech began with the government warning of a dangerous and volatile world, adding that economic security depends on raising living standards in every part of the UK. Legislation to strip disgraced peers of their titles was included in the speech following the scandal surrounding Lord Mandelson. On the government's agenda are infrastructure development, plans for legislation to reform the police, the NHS and the criminal justice system, and a bill to strengthen ties with the EU. The King's speech ran to 1,285 words, making it one of the longest monarch's speeches at the state opening of Parliament this century. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage is facing an investigation by the Commons sleaze watchdog over a £5 million gift from a party donor. Mr Farage was referred to Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards Daniel Greenberg over the undeclared gift from Thailand-based cryptocurrency investor Christopher Harwood received in 2024. The Reform leader has previously insisted there is no case to answer over the gift, which he said was not connected to his political activity and was needed to pay for private security for the rest of his life. He is reported to have received the money in 2024 before he announced he would stand in Clacton at that year's general election. In other news, Donald Trump has landed in Beijing for talks with Xi Jinping. The US president issued a new warning to Iran as he set off for a state visit to China, saying Iran will either do the right thing or we will finish the job. The US president said he will have a long talk with the Chinese leader about Iran, but doesn't think he needs his help. The bodies of 3 women have been recovered from the sea off Brighton, police have said. Emergency services were called after concerns were raised for the women's welfare at around 5:45 a.m. today. Their bodies were pulled from the water near Madeira Drive. And the Princess of Wales received a rapturous welcome from crowds gathered in Reggio Emilia when she arrived at the city near Bologna for a 2-day visit. She's stepping back onto the international stage in a personal landmark in her recovery from cancer. It's more than 3 years since Princess Catherine's last official visit overseas, and the focus of her return trip is her early years education campaign. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Breaking news. The Prime Minister says that he has full confidence in Wes Streeting.
And that comes despite the Health Secretary reportedly preparing to resign following a 16-minute showdown with Sir Keir Starmer this morning.
Well, let's cross over to Westminster, where GB News' Deputy Political Editor Tom Harwood is joined by Labour MP Andrew Pax. Tom.
Thanks, Nana. Yes, I'm here on College Green, just opposite the Houses of Parliament, with Andrew Pakes MP, Labour PPS as well, the sort of payroll vote. So you are supporting Sir Keir Starmer. although 100 of your colleagues are not.
Well, look, the clear message from deeply disappointing elections last week was that people wanted us to get on with the job and start delivering the promise we made in the manifesto. The King's speech today begins to do that. There are big plans on defence, on energy independence, on policing, on immigration, all of the things that come up on the doorstep. And my message to colleagues is let's get on with the job, let's deliver for Britain's people, and let's get our communities better.
A lot of people will have heard that answer and have thought, are you living in a completely different world? You're talking as if the government is continuing on with no hindrance at all. You're talking as if there's not expected to be a challenge to your leader tomorrow morning. Is this not what the Times described at the start of this week? A world that Keir Starmer is living in, Willy Wonka Britain, a world of pure imagination.
Look, the message I got on the doorstep last week in Peterborough while knocking on doors and trying to support hard-working councillors and candidates was that people wanted us to deliver change on the cost of living, on getting waiting lists down, on fixing the NHS, on immigration, all those big issues that GB News talks about a lot of the time. Now, the King's speech we just heard over there from the King sets out some of those plans. The job of me as a Labour MP is to make sure we get the government delivering, we do it faster, and we get on with the job.
Is the government going to be the same government even next week or the week after that? This is supposed to be an order of government that will last a year or perhaps more. This legislative agenda is supposed to be in place, and yet we don't even know who the Prime Minister who will be who delivers it.
No, there's over 30 bills setting out some ambitions, things I'm personally very proud of, such as the Clean Water Act, where we can finally hold to account the big water companies and deal with the pollution that your viewers and listeners are really interested in. My message to colleagues is everyone needs to keep calm. We've got lessons to learn from the elections last week, but that real lesson to me is get on with the job and start delivering for the British people.
Now, this King's speech is coming unusually late in the year. In previous years, it came much, much earlier than the local elections. This government decided to hold it this week, in the immediate aftermath of the local elections. Some people have suggested that this was a deliberate ploy to dampen any plots from your colleagues that might have arisen after the local elections. It doesn't look like that's worked if it was the ploy, but what it has done is put the King in a difficult and awkward position. Was the King embarrassed today?
It was a privilege to have the King with us in Parliament today. He turned up, all of us as Parliament got together. This was about setting out a programme for government. The King did just that in the way that our tradition is. It doesn't matter what else is happening in the world or politics. We have traditions that are really important in this country, and the King was part of that today.
Would it not have been more kind to the King to have held this King's speech before the local elections rather than after them?
We had a big programme of action. We passed over 50 pieces of legislation in the first 18 months of this government. Today, the King's speech set out new legislation, plans which begin to tackle some of the frustration that people feel in my constituency and others. It's the right time to do it, and it sets out the plan for the next year to 18 months.
Now, we're hearing that the Prime Minister says he has confidence in his cabinet and specifically has confidence in his Health Secretary. It doesn't sound like his Health Secretary has confidence in him. This is a situation that can't continue to go on, surely.
The message to me on the doorstep last week, and they were bruising elections, let's be honest and clear about that, was people want me to get on with the job. The message they didn't send me was it's time for the Labour Party to have its own version of musical chairs or its own internal soap opera. Look, we can argue about who the pilot is, but we've still got to fly the plane, and that's what the King's speech was about, setting out the direction of travel for this government. I'm a Labour MP. I have confidence in my Prime Minister. I have confidence in my Health Secretary. I have confidence in the government. All of us now need to calm down and get on with the job of delivering for the British people.
Are you seriously saying your interpretation of the local election results, where Labour lost 1,500 councillors, where Labour lost government in Wales, went backwards in Scotland, went backwards in Peterborough, were you really suggesting that the country was saying, get on with the job?
Absolutely. People want us to deliver on the cost of living, on getting waiting lists down, on getting more police on the street. People don't vote for a soap opera. And it may be convenient for our modern age of social media and 24-hour news to have a soap opera where we want superheroes and changing personalities. What I'm interested in is the product this government delivers, and that's about cost of living, the NHS, security, defence and fixing our broken country.
Generally, if I want someone to get on with the job, I'll vote for them. If I want them to stop doing what they're doing, I'll vote against them. Isn't that the usual interpretation of results of an election? You seem to be taking the opposite lesson.
No, look, I think there's big lessons for this government to learn, and all of us, all Labour MPs and the wider Labour movement, have got to listen to that and reflect on it. I don't think jumping into musical chairs within a few days of an election is the best way to prove we've listened to the people. We don't need knee-jerking, we need calm patience, and we need to really listen to the message that was sent to me in Peterborough and elsewhere. We've got to do that by working together.
OK, and just finally, if there is a leadership election that begins tomorrow, will you be backing Keir Starmer, Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband, Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner?
Look, I'm urging my colleagues to step away from that. We've got a King's Speech, we've got a programme of government to push ahead with. Let's get on with the job, let's not have more of a dance around.
Andrew Pakes, thanks very much indeed for speaking to us through this difficult time in Westminster. It looks like we could be in for a rocky ride in the days ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Tom Harwood. That was fascinating listening to that, really.
Yes, as the storm clouds swirl above Tom Harwood and Andrew Pakes, of course, as well.
Darker and darker and darker, wasn't it? Well, joining us now, GBNews presenter, former Labour Shadow Minister Gloria De Piero, also former Conservative Immigration Minister Tom Pursglove. Gloria, listening to that, he sounded like, well, to me, he sounded a little bit tone deaf and as though he felt he could change things about.
And the Labour MP speaking there, Andrew Pakes, elected at the last general election. I mean, to be fair to Keir Starmer, most people have not signed a letter calling for him to go. That is the fact of the matter. And if you say that, I don't know, it's around 100 who have explicitly written to him saying that he should stay, and obviously you add most of the ministers in that, you get into quite a lot. You get into quite a lot of people. So I don't think we should underestimate the fact that there are many people, many colleagues who feel quite strongly that they don't want this chaos right now. Is it going to hold? Probably not. I think the dam is burst. Is that what you say? Yeah. Is that the phrase?
Dam is burst.
I think it's burst. Tom, we're just hearing from senior figures within the Parliamentary Labour Party who are warning against what they're describing as the lasting damage of briefings. There will be people who want Sir Keir Starmer to go, but recognise also that a protracted battle within the Labour Party would devastate them. You've had that experience. Seeing what's unfolding now, is your view that for the Labour Party, it's either Wes Streeting or Keir Starmer? They can't really wait for this Andy Burnham, will he, won't he, can he find a seat? They've got to make a decision as soon as possible.
Well, I mean, you saw it there, and that was a valiant effort by Andrew Pakes trying to defend the indefensible. And these guys and girls sound like they're in a completely different parallel universe to the one that the rest of us are in, because this isn't tenable. It is over. The Prime Minister's authority is gone. He can't reshuffle. He's on the hook to U-turn on policy after policy after policy. You've got to change, because that's the only way to bring stability.
Right, let's cross over to Downing Street quickly. GB News chief political correspondent Catherine Forster is there for us with all the latest. Catherine, a lot of briefings coming out of Downing Street now. What are you hearing?
Well, it does feel like there's a couple of parallel universes going on. It's hailing here. It was sunny 5 minutes ago, but I was just in the lobby briefing with the Prime Minister's official spokesman. There was a lot of talk about the King's Speech, but to be honest, it all feels like it might be sort of irrelevant, given the fact that the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has let it be known that he is intending to resign tomorrow. And yet, bizarrely, when asked, the Prime Minister's official spokesman insisted that the Prime Minister has full confidence in his Health Secretary.
It's a bit choppy there. We can't really hear you properly.
Prime Minister on Monday.
Can you still hear me? There's an
absolute gale. I think it's hailing now.
We'll leave it. We'll come back to you.
We'll come back to you when we can. At the moment, it's a bit more hail than politics. But we'll go back to Tom Pursglove, which picking up where we left off there. This briefing war going on. Wes Streeting, the 16-minute meeting that we just heard Catherine Forster talking about. They might resign tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I think the gods are stepping in there, aren't they? And sending a bit of a message about what they think.
Well, a bit like what happened
the way
to
this is going. The storm clouds of exactly like that. And the sort of sense of despair that I and others had as that speech was made, not just because we didn't think that was the right time to call an election, but also just the optics of it. But it really sort of tells a story, doesn't it? I think the key thing here is that this just isn't going to go away because, as I say, you know, he's got no authority to reshuffle. He's got no real authority to deliver a policy prospectus. All of the Mandelson stuff is still hanging around. We've still got disclosure. So if it isn't now, it'll just be the next crisis. And does the government really want to continue to lurch from crisis to crisis? Not least because every time you go through it, you lose that bit of political support with voters.
Right.
You also can't focus on delivering for the public, but also your colleagues just get fed up of being burnt out and having to go out and defend the indefensible. And I just don't think that this can carry on for much longer.
Well, listen, we will come back to all of that because it's fascinating stuff. I'd like to hear your thoughts and comments. gbnews.com/your say. This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show.
We'll be hearing from the Prime Minister soon in the Commons, an embattled Prime Minister. Stay with us for that.
But all of that and much more to come. You're with GB News, Britain's #1 news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Good Afternoon Britain. Now, of course, there's been so much focus on the developments in Westminster today, but GB News national reporter Jack Carson, he's been out and about in Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, at the heart of the Red Wall, taking the pulse of the people, what they say about these developments. Jack, what have you heard?
Thanks very much, Charlie and Nana. It's clear here in places like Mansfield, as you were saying, the heart of the Red Wall. Suddenly, come the next general election, whenever that might be, will be a hotly contested seat between the Labour Party, who have historically held this all but for 2 elections in this constituency's history, between them, the Conservatives, who won it first in 2017 and kept hold of it in that Brexit election of 2019, lost it when the rise of reform in this area split that vote, leading Labour to retake this seat back in 2024. But come the next general election, that reform vote has only increased here in this region over the last couple of years. Last year's local elections here, the county council elections, reform won all of the wards here in this part of Mansfield for the county council. So it is a hotly contested seat, but traditionally this has been a Labour area, a former mining, industrial, proud working class town. But really there is not a lot of love left seemingly for the Labour Party at the moment. Promised change in 2024 under the leadership of the Prime Minister Keir Starmer, but now people here tell me that they think he should go. No real figures in the Labour Party, certainly the parliamentary Labour Party, leading the charge in popularity here. Wes Streeting certainly not somebody that people here think could change the fortunes for this party in this part of the country. But Andy Burnham, someone not connected to Westminster, someone who they see doing the work in Greater Manchester, he has been one name that's been mentioned to me as someone who could possibly bring some sense of trust and more importantly for them, leadership. Leadership is not a word they here in Mansfield associate with the Prime Minister. But let's take a listen to what some of those people I spoke to earlier on told me.
He's the most useless Prime Minister I have ever known in my lifetime.
I don't know who is the right party. That's the problem, because they all say, oh, we'll do this, this, this and this. But do they actually look at the Labour Party? They are the U-turn government.
So he threw Operation Banner veterans like myself, he threw them under the bus. So I'll never vote for him again. Can't see me voting Labour again.
He's lost the country, and it's time he should realise that he should clear off and let somebody else have a go. Although there is no one, we want a general election.
Never voted Labour, never will. Have a nice day now.
Well, as you get here in Mansfield, people certainly don't mince their words. Interesting, you've been talking about it in the last hour, that the Prime Minister says he has the full confidence in the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, as he could look to lead and mount a leadership bid in the coming days. But here in Mansfield, it might still not be enough for that trust to be restored in the Labour Party here.
All right, Jack Carson, thank you very much. Let's cross live now to Downing Street, where GBNews' chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, has the latest. Let's try again. Catherine.
Let's try again. I think the weather is very appropriate. I cannot tell you how cold and miserable it is here. And I'm just out of a briefing with the Prime Minister's official spokesman, and it did feel very, very strange indeed, because he insists that the Prime Minister has got full confidence in his cabinet and in his Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, though we know that Wes Streeting was here for a meeting with the Prime Minister that only lasted 16 minutes. I understand it took place in the study, but it was very, very brief, and Wes Streeting's allies are saying that he is going to resign tomorrow and mount a challenge to the Prime Minister. So we've just had the King, all the pomp and circumstance, the King's speech, 35 bills that the government is outlining that it wants to bring into law, and really we don't know how much of that is ever going to happen. So we said, well, what happens to the King's speech if the Prime Minister changes? And the spokesman just said, we have a Prime Minister committed to delivering the King's speech, and that is what the government will be doing. We also said, the Prime Minister has said that he realises the government needs to be more radical. Is this unambitious? And they said, no, not at all. The ambition is to rebuild resilience and spread opportunity. But we also said, OK, so since the PM said at the weekend after the local election results, we need to go further, we need to be bolder. What's new in this King's speech? What's been added? Answer came there none, because I suspect that this had all gone off to the printers some days ago. So we are told that the scale of the ambition is very clear. They're rebuilding Britain after years of shocks and drift, but it feels at the moment like the real focus for the Prime Minister is to try to keep in this building behind me, because clearly Wes Streeting and others are after his job.
Catherine Forster outside number 10 Downing Street. Thank you very much for that update. We're still in the studio with the panel. We've got Gloria Di Piero and Tom Pursglove. And just before I go back to both of you, let's just show the audience a clip of James Cleverly, who is the Shadow Housing and Community Secretary with Wes Streeting, inside the Commons earlier during the King's speech. See James Cleverly smiling as he tries to draw some information out of Wes Streeting. He's sort of looking away, keeping his lips sealed. No one will know what he said to the Prime Minister in that 16-minute showdown, though you see Wes Streeting very much keeping his cards close to his chest. And I suppose, Tom, we can expect more questions perhaps asked of Wes Streeting and the Prime Minister in Parliament later this afternoon.
It's probably the most trailed resignation that there's ever been. I can't think of a time when a minister has seemingly been so on the front foot before throwing in the towel and launching a leadership bid of their own. Often these things are done quite discreetly. But we do live in extraordinary times, don't we? And inevitably, the questions are going to keep on coming about when Wes Streeting will do that, when Andy Burnham is going to identify this individual who's going to step aside and allow him to make that return to Parliament, if that's what voters decide. And that's a big if in all of this. Yeah. You know, will voters actually back him? Because often voters do not like politicians playing games at their expense.
Well, they're getting quite used to it now, aren't they?
I'm afraid that it just speaks to the way in which voters have been burnt out by the behaviour of politicians and the way in which our politics continues to be conducted.
Look, I don't know how this story ends. I feel embarrassed as a member of the Labour Party at the display that we've shown the country in the last 48 hours. I hope it comes to a conclusion, and I just have to hope and pray that the result will be that people have a Prime Minister that they like more and that they trust more. That would be the happiest ending I can dream of.
Gloria, it's just dragging it out there, and he's clinging on. It's like somebody with their knuckles on the edge of the cliff.
Well, I mean, to be fair, fewer people. There are more people who have vocalised in the Labour Party, Labour MPs. There are more people that have vocalised their support for him than have not. If it was up to me, I would have let this, and I think this is probably the majority view of the PLP, that they didn't want to contest now. It's too early. This has been forced on them. The Labour Party has ended up in an accidental leadership contest. It's unsavoury, but I just hope that the country can get somebody at the end of all this sorry tale that they believe in.
Tom, I mean, ahead of this weekend, on Saturday, there's going to be Hustings in central London for the Labour pressure group Progress, handing its annual conference. Wes Streeting is the headline speaker. It does very much feel as though we're starting to have these ministers, Wes Streeting in particular, setting out their stock.
Yeah, I would imagine that the banners and the balloons and the pens and the key rings are already in the warehouse, ready to go and to be distributed across the country to his supporters. But it won't be enough for the Labour Party just to change the deck chairs around on the Titanic. They genuinely got to...
Sorry, Tom. Tom, because we're about to cross live now to the Commons, where the Speaker of the House is about to give a statement.
Make a statement at the beginning of each session about the duties and responsibility of honourable members. I begin by reminding members of their duty to observe the Code of Conduct and the Behaviour Code agreed by the House, and to behave with civility and fairness in all their dealings. Unacceptable behaviour that doesn't meet the standard of these codes will be dealt with seriously, independently and with effective sanctions. The House asserts its privilege of freedom of speech. That privilege is enjoyed by members of Parliament only in their work in proceedings of this House. As private individuals, we are equal under the law with those who we represent. This privilege is there to ensure that our constituents can be represented without fear or favour. It is an obligation upon all of us to exercise that privilege responsibly. The Speaker does not have the power to police the accuracy of members' contributions. Unfortunately, it is incumbent on all members to be accurate in what they say in this House and to correct any mistakes as soon as possible. All members, including ministers, should take the responsibility in this House seriously. I remind ministers that the government's own ministerial code make clear that important policy announcements should be made in the first instance in this House when sitting, and some people seem to have short memories. Both front and back benches must also adhere to the courtesies of this House. That includes informing other members in advance of visits to their constituencies, except purely private purposes. I remind all members that it's important that they are able to raise matters with me, seek guidance from the clerks freely, and for that reason, any such conversations and correspondence should be treated as confidential. I want all members and everyone in the parliamentary community to be able to go about their work safely online, here in Westminster and in their constituencies. We have a duty to be vigilant and to assist those whose job it is to keep us safe. Finally, I want to say something about how we treat each other and the language we use in the chamber. What we say and how we say things in this House matters. It is and has an impact on colleagues, on those who follow our proceedings and the wider political discourse across the country. Members should be heard courteously, whatever their views, but in this place we are all honourable members. And while I expect robust political debate, I will not accept undignified language or improper criticism of individual members. Our constituents expect us to focus on the very serious issues that they care about, rather than making cheap attacks on each other. If a member falls short of the standards expected of us all, there are ways of dealing with that, but not by accusations made as sideswipes during questions or debates. If we fail to treat each other with respect in debate, that diminishes our work and risks raising the temperature of discussions outside this place, particularly on social media, which already too often descend into abuse against members and others. I expect members from all sides to treat each other with respect. Before moving to the first business of the new session, I'd like to express my very best wishes to all honourable members and to all those who work for the House and work for members for the continuing support they provide to us. I've got to say, they are the unsung heroes. So thank you all for working with members and working in this House. I now call upon the Clerk of the House.
Outlaws Bill.
The echo's very good. I have to acquaint the House that this House has this day attended His Majesty in the House of Peers, and that His Majesty was pleased to make the most gracious speech from the throne to both Houses of Parliament, of which I have, for greater accuracy, obtained a copy. I shall direct that the terms of the speech be printed in the votes and proceedings. Copies are available within the vote office. Before I call the mover and the seconder, I want to announce the proposed pattern of the debate during the remaining days of the Loyal Address. Today, debate on the address. Tomorrow, Getting Britain Working Again. Monday the 18th of May, Back in Business to Create Economic Growth. Tuesday the 19th of May, Energy Security. Wednesday the 20th of May, Defence Readiness. I now have the privilege to call Naz Shah to move, and then I will call Chris Vince to second the address. Naz Shah.
I
I beg to move that a humble address be presented to His Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects of the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. It would be remiss of me not to say a few words about the outstanding state visit by His Majesty to the United States. We saw eloquent oratory, remarkable wit and genuine statesmanship from His Majesty, presenting President Trump with the original brass bell, inscribed with his name before he was even born, from the Second World War submarine HMS Trump, suggesting that if they needed to give us a ring, was a masterstroke in diplomacy. His Majesty returned, very humbly of course, having secured the lifting of trade barriers on Scotch whisky. Given the performance, I was rather worried His Majesty might come back with the 13 colonies as well. It is a huge honour for me and my constituents of Bradford West to move the Loyal Address. This is the second time my constituency of Bradford West has been honoured in this way. In 1959, the then member for Bradford West, Arthur Tiley, seconded the Loyal Address. When the Chief Whip called me about today, my first reaction, like many across this House, when the Chief called is, uh-oh, what have I done? But then that uh-oh soon turned into, oh my days, no way, with the biggest smile ever. I remember clearly listening to the speeches by my honourable friends, the members for Bootle, as well as Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, the last time this occasion happened, and thinking, now that is an honour. Had I known God was listening, I'd have asked to win the Euro Millions, Mr. In fact, Mr. Speaker, had I known not always voting with the government also works, I might have done that. And honoured, primarily for being trusted by the people of Bradford West, for placing their faith in me and sending me to this place. Given this opportunity to be the first ever Muslim to propose the Loyal Address in this chamber. And of course, seeing the meltdown of the far right online of a Muslim of domination. So in light of this, I must assure them this is not a takeover. I must state it is, as per convention, a joke. But if If seeing black and brown people on TV makes you feel sick, my speech is going to make you vomit. No, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few months, I have had the opportunity to tell my own story, a story of my life and the challenges I faced growing up. I often pinch myself whilst in this chamber questioning, how could a girl who lived the life I lived be given such an honour to represent her city in the mother of all parliaments? Mr. Speaker, it is because, despite the challenges we may face as a nation and the differences in approaches we present across this House, I know without a doubt that as someone who comes from the ethnic, religious and socio-economic background that I came from, whose entire life crashed before her, I would never have been given such an honour in any other country than this one. My own country, our country. For me, There is no nation greater than ours. We are the greatest nation on earth, and I am a true patriot. Raised in abject poverty, living in a single room because we couldn't afford to heat the whole house, and suffering tuberculosis as a result, I understand firsthand what this means. Therefore, I welcome the continued commitment from the government to prioritise addressing the cost of living crisis. In doing so, we cannot ignore the instability across the world around us. The plight of the Palestinians, the war in Ukraine, the instability in the Strait of Hormuz, and the growing global threats for which we must also be ready for. Living in a globalised world means there is an ever-growing connection between the local, the national and the international. What happens out there reaches every home and doorstep across every constituency. The defence of our country is rightfully also amongst these top agenda items. As a proud graduate of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, which, by the way, I recommend to all members to take part in and support, I have nothing but admiration and thanks for those who have served and continue to serve to protect our tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I also have the honour to serve as the Prime Minister's Trade Envoy for Indonesia and the ASEAN, a region of more than 660 million people and a hugely important geopolitical and trade corridor. I welcome the continued commitment to strengthening our place across the world. Without international trade and growth in our economy, we cannot deliver the jobs, investment and support we need across our country. I will continue to play my part in securing trade and investment for the UK and championing British business abroad with colleagues from across this House. Closer to home, I had the honour to serve on the Assisted Dying Bill Committee, something beyond party lines, where I had the opportunity to work with colleagues from across the House, including the work I did with the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire. Whilst I didn't eventually support the bill, I pay tribute to the member for Batley and Spen for her work, commitment and passion. Talking about beyond party lines, Mr. Speaker, I noted with interest, as I'm sure the whole nation did too, the previous Duchy of Lancaster, the noble Lord Gove's, rather peculiar fascination with our Home Secretary. He actually confessed to browsing the internet for her images. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, knowing our Home Secretary, as I do, I'm confident that this is not the kind of cross-party mischief she would reciprocate. But I do have a guilty pleasure of my own. And no, it's not a Tory. Unfortunately, for my calorie count, it is custard and cake. I blame Godfrey and Sharon in the tea room for their unwavering encouragement to indulge sparingly. I'm proud to be the first woman elected to Parliament for the constituency of Bradford West, a constituency with a history of extraordinary women who broke every barrier that patriarchy put in front of them. The Bronte sisters changed English literature forever, but had to use men's names to publish their writing. The suffragettes of Bradford went to Holloway Prison for the right to vote. The women of Manningham Mills walked out into the cold, changing our political landscape forever. Margaret Macmillan pioneered free school meals, and they were trialled in 1904 in the school I attended, Green Lane Primary, leading to the Education Act of 1906, which cemented free school meals into our history. And Barbara Castle, shaped by Bradford streets and schools, went on to write equal pay into law. And I am proud to serve alongside equally formidable women with the member of Bradford South and indeed the member for Shipley. There is something in the air in Bradford as a whole, something that produces women who will not be told. I promise this House I have zero intention of breaking with that. If today our country beams with pride because of the many great changes made by successive Labour governments, none of it would have been possible without the women who led the Manningham Mill strike, which then led to the founding of the Independent Labour Party, conceived and formed in Bradford West. It was in Bradford that a man named Keir first took the chair of the Labour movement. And despite 130 years, 2 world wars, and roughly 47 leadership elections, the party remains in the hands of a Keir. Prime Minister, nobody can say that you don't know how to fight on. I could not make this speech without recognising David Hockney, a boy from a Bradford terrace who pushed his paintings around the city in a pram. David went on to become the world's most famous living artist. David once said that if you look closely, Bradford is a city with magic. I don't know whether he was looking into the future and literally describing Bradford's magician Dynamo, Zayn Malik's magical music, or our leg-spinning World Cup winning magic of our very own Adil Rashid. But Bradford is, without question, a place of wonders. Bradford is also a place of culture. The jewel in the crown, as it is often referred to, is the Bradford Literature Festival, now one of the largest in the UK literature festivals and the largest of its kind throughout Europe, pairing excellence with access for those who would otherwise be excluded from culture. In 2025, Bradford was proud to be named UK City of Culture, home to a rich, diverse population built on the back of a historic title as the wool capital of the world. In the 1850s, German Jewish merchants came to Bradford and built the magnificent warehouses of what we now call Little Germany, helping to make Bradford a global trading city and the proud home of the oldest synagogue in the north. A synagogue that recently the Muslim community stepped in to save when the roof was about to cave in, illustrating the relationship within the Muslim and Jewish community in Bradford. A century later, men from Azad Jammu and Kashmir and India and Pakistan arrived in the 50s and 60s, working tireless night shifts to keep the mills running, ensuring Britain's economy continued to flourish after the Second World War. Each generation of newcomers didn't just come to Bradford, they built Bradford. Mr. Speaker, chicken tikka masala might be the UK's national dish, but I must inform the whole House that you have not had a curry until you have had a Bradford curry. Whether it is the legendary family naans on trees invented by the late King of Curry Shabir Hussain, the founder of Akbar's, the subcontinental flavours of Agra, Mumtaz, Jinnah, My Lahore's, or any one of the hundreds of restaurants across the city, Bradford does curry like nowhere else. The curries are that good, they even defy the current Manjaro jab. To the Health Secretary, he may well have to develop a stronger solution. I recommend Bradford's curry to all members of this House. Now that Bradford has a few reform councillors, perhaps the member for Clapton, who I see is not in his place, could pay a visit and treat them to a good curry, followed by a pint brewed in Bradford. In fact, given the size of his recent gift that we are now all well aware of, he could probably take half of Bradford out and still be left with plenty of change. Bradford is, Mr. Speaker, the youngest city in the United Kingdom. It has been named the most entrepreneurial too. Morrison's grew from a market stall in our city to a household name. It's a place where I promise this House there is no poverty of aspiration, talent or ambition. But the poverty of infrastructure over decades has left us behind. Bradford is turning a corner. 270 million in public sector investment is building private sector confidence, with a combined pipeline now reaching 2.3 billion. I am grateful for our government support, which includes a new hospital in Airedale, 2 billion integrated settlement for West Yorkshire, giving our Labour Mayor Tracy Brabin the power and flexibility to invest in local jobs, new homes and improving skills. A Bradford City Station, 2.1 billion investment in transport for the city regions, funding enabling West Yorkshire to deliver mass transit, better buses and repair our roads and potholes. All of this is pumping confidence into a city ready for investors to benefit from its untapped potential. Northern Powerhouse Rail is not a nice to have. It is the difference between Bradford's young people building their futures at home or building them somewhere else. On this occasion, I would also like to pay my thanks to all the House staff across the estate who ensure that Parliament can play the role that it does. They are hugely deserving of our appreciation for everything they do. And outside of this place, the security services and our police forces who keep us safe with the ever-increasing risks and threats to our democracy. Given the magnitude of this moment, I would also like to emphasise the huge weight and burden of responsibility on our shoulders. When we speak in this chamber, it carries meaning and impact. It impacts that boy who takes off his kippah, the girl who removes her hijab, fearing for their safety because their race and religion has become a political football. An attack on anyone or anyone's place of worship, be it a synagogue, a mosque, a church, a temple, a gurdwara, or of any kind of religious institution, is an attack on our British way of life. We must strengthen our communities against the rising tide of nationalism and populism. In a world ever more dangerous, an online world ever more toxic, society more than ever needs unity, calmness and leadership to make our country the best it can be. The burden of responsibility falls on all our shoulders, and it has never been greater. Mr. Speaker, it is also convention to part with words of wisdom for those who are slightly newer to this place. With that in mind, I simply say this: nurture the pragmatism of being an elected representative of the people who have put their trust in you and sent you here, but never forget the passion of an activist. Keep that fire burning, because it is indeed that passion that will sustain you and carry you through. Because sometimes it gets difficult here. Mr. Speaker, a King's Speech is meant to be a fresh start. Parliament's version of clearing the kitchen table, making room for the work ahead and gathering the family round, reminding ourselves what the country has sent us here to do. As honourable members may know, I believe in a full table you make space. Hospitality matters in my home. You listen, you serve people properly. But good hospitality and politics itself is more than who speaks first or indeed the loudest. It's about noticing the quiet ones, those who may be less organised, not as powerful, but nonetheless equally, if not more important, the voiceless whose voices we need to become. Mr. Speaker, for someone like me, who spent her formative years fighting a campaign to release her mother from prison, who did not have a formal education beyond the age of 12, spelling, grammar and parliamentary language and phrases don't come naturally. Forced into a marriage at 15, forced to live with a life with hearing aids, lugging a black bin liner of belongings as a homeless teenager, left all alone as a guardian to a younger brother and sister, without a shoulder of support or stability in life, attempting suicide as I couldn't see a way out from my despair. Yet here I stand, with with the world's eyes watching the state opening of Parliament on this momentous occasion, given the privilege of this moment. If this was not my story, I would only believe it to be fiction. But the truth is, there can be a light at the end of a tunnel. Because as I believe, and my life personifies to me, after hardship comes ease. I stood in this chamber for the first time and pinched myself. I still do. Where someone like me can end up like somewhere like here, representing the city I love, in the mother of all parliaments. Bradford and my country gave me everything. I intend to spend every day in this house returning the favour. It is an honour of my life to move the loyal address on behalf of the people of Bradford West. I commend the motion to the House.
I won't mention the Bolton-Bradford game on Thursday. I now call Chris Minns to second the address. Chris Minns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute honour to second this humble address, but can I start by thanking my humble friend from Bradford West for her incredibly powerful speech. And can I echo her words about the importance of communities coming together to tackle that divisive politics that we've seen so often, and thank her for that. Can I also echo her comments about the House staff and the incredible job that they do to support all of us. Following my recent London Marathon run, it was suggested by two of the doorkeepers that the only reason Sebastian Sewar ran it in less than 2 hours so he could get away from me talking about Harlow. And as a big fan of curries myself, I look forward to having the opportunity to sample one in Bradford in the future, although I can't speak for all of my fellow Essex MPs. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a unique opportunity. I have checked the records and I'm the first MP for Harlow to have the opportunity to do so. Mind you, Harlow has only been a constituency since the 1970s, and I'm not going to count the previous MP, Winston Churchill, who represented what is now Harlow when it came under Epping. Mr. Speaker, it may be the first time that a Harlow MP has delivered this speech, but I believe this opportunity has come at the right time. When I reflect on the hurdles ahead, a lot can be learned by looking at Harlow's past and looking at Harlow's future. Mr. Speaker, I came about seconding the humble address, much like my humble friend, when I received a phone call from the Chief Whip on the train home. And like my humble friend and other members, I'm sure, across the House, the first thing I thought was, what have I done wrong? I thought perhaps, like some members across the House, he'd misheard me when I said horned during a speech in this place. And I didn't much fancy explaining to him that I said horned, and not any other word that sounds like horned, on a train that was full of my constituents. Thankfully, that was not the case. The Chief Whip told me there were certain traditions around the King's speech, that the speech should be humorous and was an opportunity to mention the member's constituency as often as possible. This did sound like a good gig to me, to be fair. Now, I can't necessarily promise humour, although I'll give it a good go. But I can certainly promise that I will mention Harlow as often as possible. And for those listening at home, you may wish to count the number of times I do so. I believe the current count is 7. Is it 8? What did I do for a living? Harlow, Mr. Speaker, is never a dull place to represent. And members across the House will know that Harlow once again bucked the national trend when it came to last week's local election result. We are getting quite good at that, even if it might not have been quite the way I would have liked. However, what it does show is the ambition for the people of Harlow to see their town improve and grow, something that can only happen with this government's continued investment Hint, hint. The Chief Whip also told me that it was tradition to have an established MP propose the King's speech and for a bright young thing to second it. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm not particularly bright. I'm not particularly young. But I'm definitely a thing. So, I can absolutely claim 1/3 of that description. I actually think the Chief Whip asked me to give this speech because he was aware that on the last day of term, I failed to achieve my 400th contribution to Hansard. So look, I want to thank everybody for being here so I can now do so. And I look forward in this parliamentary term making a further 400 contributions with multiple references about Harlow, my mother's sterling career in HMRC, and the fact I may have previously been a maths teacher. There is more, don't I think we would all recognise, as His Majesty does, this King's speech comes at an increasingly dangerous and volatile time, which, like honourable friends and honourable members, I've spent a great deal of time thinking about. It's during this turmoil that I've taken the time to reflect on what it means to be British, those British values, what our country is about. What is the real Britain? We say Britishness more and more, but it can mean any number of things to any number of people. When I think about what it means to be British, I think about my recent experience running the London Marathon. And, just to be clear, I am not referring to when the Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay with his Union flag shorts on overtook me on mile 17 just as I hit the metaphorical wall. I have looked it up, he's 2 years younger than me, so I've got this excuse. During the marathon run, Mr. Speaker, or perhaps in my case I should say marathon limp along the streets of London, I saw neither hate nor division. I saw unity. I saw people coming together to cheer on perfect strangers in their shared endeavour. I saw Gordon Ramsay randomly heckle me to carry on. And, Mr. Speaker, I even got supported by a Man United supporter. I saw everyone, Mr. Speaker, man or woman, black or white, gay or straight, all laying the 26.2 mile course. And by the way, that 0.2 miles at the end is only made possible by those supporters. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, that is the Britain I know. Yeah. That is the Britain that I love. Yeah. And that sense of supporting one another, of coming together as a community in hardship and celebration, is alive and well in Harlow. In fact, it is baked into the very foundation of Harlow when it first conceived as part of the Newtown Revolution under the first majority Labour government in 1945. Yeah. Harlow remains a strong community today, and when I think of Britishness, I think of Rainbow Services, which supports projects across Harlow by getting young people to build infrastructure for their community. I think of Streets to Homes, the homes charity I worked at, which supports the most vulnerable in our society, and I think about the Michael Roberts Charity Foundation, which runs the local food bank. As I mentioned, Harlow itself is a post-war new town, designed by Sir Frederick Gibbard to be a place of neighbourhoods and communities. It was built as a solution to the problem of overcrowding in London. Harlow sought to alleviate this pressure while keeping communities tightly knit together. You can still see remnants of that today. People from Walthamstow move into the Stow in Harlow, giving people a fresh start in life with all the comforts of their community. To this day, Harlow is one community built by lots of smaller and close communities. Communities like Potter Street, Bush Fair, Church Langley and Little Parndon. Yeah. As Harlow grew into its new town, so too did its pioneering spirit. And just 2 weeks ago, I was lucky enough to recognise one of those pioneers by unveiling a blue plaque in memory of Harlow-raised scientist Dr. George Hockham, one of the key brains behind the invention of the fibre optic cable. Yeah. Fibre optic cable, created in Harlow, revolutionised modern communication, not just in Britain, but across the world. Yeah. For me, George Hockham and many others like him from Harlow can be an inspiration for Harlow's next generation, a generation that deserves a government on their side. I think of inspirations like Professor Hannah Fry and Paralympian Anne Strike. These inspirations are a reminder of what it means to be British, to achieve so much and to have such a proud community behind you. Yeah. Harlow has a history to be proud of and a future to be excited about too. As a former teacher, I don't know if I've mentioned that, I am filled with pride when I visit schools across Harlow and see the incredible young people learning there. That is why I'm proud that education is at the heart of this government's offer in the King's Speech, building on the work done by the previous parliamentary session. Looking to the future session, the government will tackle the broken SEND system, giving every young person with SEND the support they need, and supporting parents, not leaving them to battle a broken system. Yeah. This cuts across this House, as I'm sure every honourable member can recall a constituent coming to them broken with nowhere to turn, at their wits' end with an SEND system that benefits no one. I know I certainly can. I also welcome the government's commitment to review the national curriculum to make it broader, as well as recognising the importance of citizenship, of financial education and the dangers of online harm. Yeah. What our younger generation learns is so important. If I could achieve one thing when I look back on my time serving Harlow, I want to achieve for the young people in Harlow the aspiration they deserve. Every young person now, sitting in a classroom in Harlow, primary or secondary, should have the opportunity to aspire to achieve whatever they want to do. Yeah. That is what I want for Harlow. Yeah. Some might say that I'm standing here giving this maiden speech means anyone can achieve anything if they are resilient enough. Because, let me tell you, I can roll with the punches, and believe me, in my journey to the green benches, it hasn't been without being knocked down along the way. Yeah. What I say now, directly to you, the young people of Harlow, is do not give up on your dreams. Yeah. Do not let someone tell you you can't do it. I say to you, if you really want something and you are willing to work hard for it, you can achieve it. Yeah. I'm proof of that. And I know in this government, you have a Prime Minister dedicated to give that opportunity to others, because he is even more proof of it than I am. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't take an opportunity to mention a personal focus of mine in this place, and that is supporting young carers and young adult carers. And I take this opportunity to once again call on the government to ensure support for these particularly incredible young people is a golden thread which runs through everything that they do. Yeah. But of course, Mr. Speaker, Harlow is about more than just its young people, and my community has not been immune to the pressures from the cost of living crisis. I welcome the work already done, the freezing of the rail fares and prescription charges, the lifting of the two-child benefit cap and the raising of the minimum wage. Yeah. But I am pleased most of all this government recognises in this King's speech there is more to do to support families in Harlow. When we talk about living pressures, it is easy to get lost in the numbers, and as a mathematician at heart, this is even easier for me. But to bring it home, when I think of the reality facing hard-working and proud families in Harlow, I think of my friend Jamie. He works 6 days a week to pay the bills, to put food on the table for his 2-year-old son, to provide for his family, and at the end of the month, he has very little, if anything. He cannot enjoy himself. He cannot treat his family. So this parliamentary session, Mr. Speaker, must be defined by being the one where we see living standards improve for everyone in our society and not just the privileged few. That is what will be in the mind's eye when I cast my votes in this place. I am sure my honourable friend from Oldham is waiting anxiously for me to point out that as I stand here in this place, as I'm not just standing here as just a Labour MP, I am a Labour and Cooperative MP. I am proud of the Cooperative Party and the work it's been doing alongside the government to empower local communities like mine in Harlow through community ownership. I hope this next session will bring even more cooperative opportunities for people in Harlow. Though, of course, like many honourable members in this place, my constituency name does not encompass the full nature of my area. Harlow constituency does not end at the town boundary. I represent incredible villages too, with some incredible histories. I represent Roydon, a village that first appeared in the Domesday Book. Bordering Roydon are Lower Nasing and Dobbs Weir, which are home to the Lee Valley growers, some of the biggest vegetable producers in the country. I represent Shearing, which with one of its most notable residents being Rod Stewart. And for the first time, Harlow includes Hatfield Heath and Hatfield Broadoak. I know the Leader of Opposition will vaguely remember these places. Incredible communities with a strong sense of what it means to look after your neighbour. I've got a neighbour's reference in for the Media and Cultural Sport Secretary. There you go. Ironically, one of my predecessors, Bill Rammell, actually moved out of Harlow to one of these villages, though Harlow was not keen on this, so he expanded its boundaries to include him back in the constituency, and we welcome him. Part of the fun, Mr. Speaker, of representing such a diverse community with its healthy share of rural and urban is the mix I get to experience as their MP. I can visit local businesses in the morning, talk to a group of students in the afternoon, then round out the day with a community event. I've attended my fair share of community events, Mr. Speaker, although I'm not convinced it was a great idea to run the Matching Village 10K a week after the London Marathon. Didn't see the member for Billericay and Basildon there, just He'd already finished, yeah. On the point of running, Mr. Speaker, when I took part in the London Marathon, I received a card from my parliamentary team wishing me luck, with one member of my team commenting, "You've run enough elections, so a marathon should be easy." Which brings me, you'll be pleased to know, to my conclusion, and to a line that I want to end with, from one of my former teachers. Did I mention I was a teacher? Mr. Feely used to teach me science, although I'm never really sure we did learn a lot of science in his lessons, to be fair. However, I think, Mr. Speaker, this line, I think, perfectly sums up this government, and that is, we should always remember, it's a marathon and not a sprint. And I would respectfully remind members of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the humble address be presented to His Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Right Honourable Kemi Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This King's speech is taking place against the most extraordinary backdrop. We knew the carriages were booked, the horses were ready, the King was coming, but would we have a Prime Minister? So, Mr. Speaker, it is such an honour to be the Leader of the Opposition who gets to respond today. May I start by congratulating the proposer and seconder of the Loyal Address on their excellent speeches. And can I also congratulate the whips for finding two backbenchers prepared to support the Prime Minister at this time. The honourable member for Bradford West gave a moving and funny speech. I especially appreciated her comments about black and brown faces on TV, or as my children say, "Oh look, it's mummy again." She only touched lightly on the fact that she is someone who has faced one of the most challenging childhoods imaginable, and yet through the strength of her character has made it to this place. She's made of tough stuff, and that is something we need more of in this House. Anyone who can boast of chewing up and spitting out George Galloway in an election is clearly formidable. I also congratulate the member for Harlow on successfully delivering a humorous and warm-hearted speech. As he noted, he is my constituency neighbour, and he also, yes, did run the London Marathon last month, raising money for St Clair Hospice, which cares for both our constituents, and so I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for doing that. So I've become a big fan of his after listening to his speech, especially after he was so generous in his comments about the Harlow Conservatives' successful election campaign and my councillor's outstanding work regenerating the town centre. And I would say to him, if things on that side of the House are getting a bit much, he would be very welcome to cross the floor and help Conservatives carry on that work. Mr. Speaker, I think we can say that the proposer and seconder of the Loyal Address have upheld the best traditions of the House. I would, of course, like to pay tribute to His Majesty the King. His Majesty has served through a period of great personal difficulty, and throughout he has exemplified the virtues of grace, dignity, humour, modesty and resolve in the face of adversity. Virtues which were on full display during his hugely successful state visit to the United States. And I'm sure the whole House will have admired his skillful speech to Congress. It was a speech full of the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Of course, we would never have got to hear it if we'd listened to some people in this House who called for the King's visit to be cancelled. But thank goodness no one listens to the leader of the Liberal Democrats. As for the Prime Minister, when he was young, he called for the end of the monarchy. So I'm glad that the right honourable and learned gentleman has seen the error of his ways, because previous King Charleses took a much dimmer view of that kind of thing. I'm only sorry that this newfound appreciation of the monarchy and our country's traditions have come too late, because this is the first parliamentary session ever without the hereditary peers. And their departure will be keenly felt, and our Parliament will be poorer for it. Especially, Mr. Speaker, when you consider some of the people that Labour have been replacing them with. People who've already had the whip removed before they've even taken their seats. Mr. Speaker, I know the convention is for this to be a light-hearted debate, but as I've already said, this is a highly unusual moment. The Prime Minister is in office, but not in power. Everyone is trying to pretend it's all right. It's not all right. In the past 48 hours, nearly 100 Labour MPs have called for the Prime Minister to resign. 4 ministers have quit. It is clear his authority has gone, and that he will not be able to deliver what little there is in this King's Speech. This is a government less than 2 years in office, which has already run out of ideas and run out of road. So how did we get here? There is a great line in the musical Hamilton, Mr. Speaker. Winning is easy, governing is harder. Everything that has gone wrong in Labour's first 2 years comes back to one problem. They came into office with no plan. They did not understand the difference between winning an election and governing a country. It was very easy to make promises in opposition, promises to freeze council tax, promises to take £300 off energy bills, promises to the WASPy women. Hundreds of Labour MPs took photos with them to post on their Facebook pages and their websites and their election leaflets, but at no point did they bother to think, how would they deliver any of it? They didn't spend their time in opposition thinking deeply about the country's problems. They assumed that governing in the 2020s would be like governing in the 1990s. But it isn't. Britain is facing new structural problems. We have an ageing... Mr. Speaker, they'll shout at me. I know they can't wait to get back to their plotting, but it's quite important that we hear what is going to be said. Because we have an ageing population, a falling birth rate, and a welfare bill that is spiralling out of control. We have an information revolution in the shape of AI that threatens to unravel the world of work as we know it, and the cost of energy is driving industry out of the country. Labour were taken by surprise that we are living in a more competitive and increasingly hostile world. Their manifesto was just a set of misleading promises. They promised no new taxes on working people. Fail. They promised to crack down on illegal immigration. Fail. They promised to tread more lightly on people's lives. Epic fail. They made promises without knowing how anything works. Let's look at housing. Just after Labour took office, when I was Shadow Housing Secretary, I stood at this dispatch box and warned the former Deputy Prime Minister that she had been stitched up, that the 1.5 million new homes Labour promised had been hung like a millstone around her neck. I knew that they wouldn't be able to meet that target because they didn't understand why more houses weren't being built. Sure enough, they are already more than a third down on their target and well behind what we delivered. Of course, Mr. Speaker, in the end, it wasn't 1.5 million homes that did for the former Deputy Prime Minister. It took just one flat in Brighton to bring her down. Mr. Speaker, it is so obvious. That is so obvious. I know they don't want to hear it, Mr. Speaker, but this, I know they don't want to hear it. Look at them. They are so arrogant. They want to lead our country. They can't even lead a coup. It is so obvious, Mr. Speaker, that they can cannot handle being in government. They cannot handle it. They hate the responsibility. They hate having to take tough decisions. They prefer scratching the itches that they had in opposition. Giving inflation-busting pay rises to the unions. 28% for the doctors who are still striking. Nearly 2 years, they are still striking. Handing out more benefits to the only people who will still vote for them because Labour don't understand that poverty isn't created by a lack of benefits, it's created by a failing economy. We spent, Mr. Speaker, we spent the last session listening to Labour MPs telling us how great everything was going. No doubt we will hear lots of grandstanding speeches this week telling us what a fantastic job they did. How absurd, given the number of them demanding that the Prime Minister stands down. We counted, Mr. Speaker, there were 24 U-turns in that first parliamentary session. Winter fuel, family farms, grooming gangs, welfare reforms, social media for under-16s, day one workers' rights, the list goes on. And every single one of these U-turns had at its core a single issue: the Prime Minister's total lack of judgment. This is a man who, faced with a crisis of vision, charisma, and electoral success, sent for Gordon Brown. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, is about having a vision for this country. It's about having the courage to take difficult decisions, persuading your party that those difficult decisions will pay off in time, and taking responsibility for your mistakes. He has failed on every count. We've had pillars, promises, 4-point plans, 5-point plans, missions, none of it achieving anything. Reset after reset after reset. Even if the Prime Minister does last long enough in office to deliver this gracious speech, the bills announced today do not remotely come close to what the country needs. I know that they're chuntering, Mr. Speaker. Not a single one of them actually dares to intervene on me in this speech. I do, Mr. Speaker, however, want to welcome the government's ongoing support to Ukraine and its commitment to NATO. In this increasingly dangerous world, it is more important than ever that we stand with our allies in the fight against tyranny. I also commend the government for its commitment to speed up the delivery of infrastructure such as new nuclear. Too many governments have been frustrated in their attempts to deliver nuclear projects quickly, and we will support efforts to make this process simpler, faster, and cheaper. I also want to be generous to the Home Secretary, because I can see that she is trying to do something about illegal immigration. But the elephant in the room is that she almost certainly won't be Home Secretary for much longer. Sadly, no one else in the Labour Party looks remotely interested in bringing down illegal immigration. The rest of this offering in the King's Speech, Mr. Speaker, makes it clear that they have learnt no lessons from their mistakes in government so far. All we have is a load of re-announced policies, hounding our brave veterans through the courts, legislating for digital ID, a policy they told us they dropped, banning trail hunting, just more class war that makes no one's life better, scrapping NHS England, something the Prime Minister announced 14 months ago. But then I suppose the Health Secretary has been a bit distracted lately, hasn't he? Hasn't he? Yeah. He's chuntering now. Why don't you just do your job? Do your job. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is what isn't in the gracious speech. There's no point in him giving me dirty looks. We all know what he's been up to. We all know. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is what isn't in the gracious speech. There is no defence readiness bill because apparently it isn't ready. Where are the plans for welfare reform? There are none because Labour MPs blocked them. Where is the plan to make savings? There isn't one because Labour don't know how to make savings. They only know how to spend money, other people's money. Where is the plan to support businesses? There isn't one, because they don't understand that it is business that creates growth, not government. They have No answers to what really matters, the problems that must be solved to get Britain working again. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will say that I do feel very sorry for Labour backbenchers. I do. They arrived here, not that, it's true, I do feel sorry for Labour backbenchers, I do. They arrived here not that long ago with such high hopes. Some of them, in fact, were so talented, they were made ministers before ever speaking a word in Parliament. So talented. Although one of them has just resigned. I mustn't forget that. One of them has just resigned. We have watched, Mr. Speaker, their growing horror, day after day, week after week, as this hope descended into total chaos. The dread as they are sent out yet again to defend the indefensible. The injustice at feeling like pariahs in their own constituencies, banned from pubs, banned from hairdressers, which is presumably why all the women on the front bench have the same hairstyle. The realization, Mr. Speaker, that their legacy is just going to be... Now, they can complain as much as they like. I wasn't expecting this to be comfortable for them. They're the ones who are trying to unseat their Prime Minister. They should face that. The realization, Mr. Speaker, that their legacy is just going to be breakfast clubs and Peter Mandelson. Labour MPs have been treated as disposable by their leadership. Sacked for backing the two-child benefit cap, sacked for opposing welfare changes, sacked for supporting farmers. The Prime Minister then U-turned on all of them. It must be tough when you take a principled stand and have the whip removed only for the government to confirm 6 months later that they agreed with you all along. It is no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that nearly 100 Labour MPs have now called for the Prime Minister to go. I know that there's another 100 who claim to be supporting him, although some of them didn't even know that their names were on that list. When you can only get a quarter of your MPs to publicly back you, the game is up. And so the starting gun for the Labour leadership contest has been fired. So let's have a look at the runners and riders. We have the former Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, former Deputy Prime Minister, who has given up vaping. She's not here. She's given up vaping, but still hasn't paid her taxes. We have the Health Secretary, who accidentally sent his takeover plans to Number 10, almost as incompetent as leaving them on the photocopier. And we have, Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Manchester. The Mayor of Manchester, Mr. Speaker, a self-proclaimed winner who has twice failed to win the Labour leadership, including against the member for Islington North. As one Labour MP said about all the candidates in this race, and I quote, "We have to face up to the fact every single one of them is," I apologise, Mr. Speaker, F*** useless. I do feel sorry for the poor Labour MPs who will now be subjected to months of peacocking by leadership candidates while the country is not being governed. I have some advice for whichever of them eventually takes over. Getting to Number 10 is not an award for being in a game show. This is not Strictly Come Dancing, and despite appearances, it's not Traitors either. If you are a housing secretary who can't work out her housing taxes, if you are a health secretary who can only cut waiting lists by deleting names from the waiting list, if you are Gordon Brown's former chief secretary to the Treasury and you think the bond markets are a hoax, I can assure you that being Prime Minister is going to be a lot tougher. Too many have failed because they thought winning an election or a leadership contest was the success. It is not. The work doesn't end when you get the job. That's when it starts. It is absolutely preposterous that the government is here laying out a programme as its ministers are resigning and a large proportion of the party is saying that the Prime Minister needs to go. The whole thing is totally illogical. Either Labour MPs agree with this agenda, in which case, why are they trying to get rid of the Prime Minister, or they don't agree with this agenda, in which case, what on earth are we all doing here? It is is time to be brutally honest, Mr. Speaker. It is time to be brutally honest. The country is angry with the entire political class. All of us here. They are not happy with how we have been doing politics. It is time to get serious. I will give way. I will give way.
The Right Honourable Lady seeks to lecture us on why it is that everyone is so fed up with the political class, but uses this opportunity not to lay out what the Conservatives would do. But to spend her time insulting everybody on this side. Surely that's not the way to proceed.
Oh, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. There is plenty more coming. There is plenty more coming. And the Honourable Lady says she's getting a lecture. She is getting a lecture. She is getting a lecture. We're all getting a lecture because we are legislators of the United Kingdom. We were sent here to fix difficult things, not focus on our personal hobby horses, ranging from the petty to the puerile. I would say to members opposite, you don't need to be scared of the member for Clacton. I'm not. He is not the cause of Britain's problems. He is a symptom. No. He is. They are still, Mr. Speaker, they are still delusional. They are still delusional, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to puncture the bubble. I am not here to pretend that what is happening is not happening. They can all pretend and live in la-la land. I'm going to speak the truth to them. Not the cause of Britain's problems. He is a symptom of the failure of the political class to focus on what matters. If you fix the problems that people care about, he goes away. But I will give way. I will give way.
I'm very glad that she's giving way, and she's saying that the honourable member for Clacton is a symptom of the problems. But would she agree that what she and he both have in common is that she very loosely agreed that we should race into war with America in Iran? And then just a week later, she thought maybe that's not such a good idea. And doesn't that prove why she and he are totally unsuitable on this side of the House?
That was a nice try. It's not going to work. So you cannot solve these problems, Mr. Speaker. You cannot solve the problems of the country unless you have a plan to fix the civil service, the regulators, the legislative straitjackets, powers transferred from Parliament to the courts. Unless you fix structures of government, everyone will continue to fail. Britain is not ungovernable, and it is not broken. The reason we published an alternative King's Speech, I'll say to the Honourable Lady who was asking what the plan was, we have published an alternative King's Speech, is because we need to take tough decisions to get the country out of the mess we're in. Cutting wasteful spending, funding defence, securing our borders, reducing the cost of energy. If you want to bring down bills for families and bring industry back to this country, you need a plan to scrap the net zero legislation, strangling industry and making energy costs higher. That's why we're proposing a cheap energy bill to do just that. If you want businesses to employ people, you need to stop crushing them with thousands of pages of employment laws and stop handing power to the unions. You need to stop hammering businesses with tax rises. That's why we're proposing a Get Britain Working bill that would scrap laws that are no longer fit for purpose and are killing jobs. If you want to get a grip on illegal immigration and remove foreign criminals from the country, you must have a plan to leave the ECHR and repeal the Human Rights Act. You must. Efforts to get control of our borders have been frustrated because power has been taken out of the hands of ministers. We need to bring that power back so that we don't have murderers staying in our country because the courts stop us from deporting them. Our alternative King's Speech shows how it can be done, letting the government, not the courts, decide who comes and goes. Prime ministers are going to keep running into problems until they deal with activist lawyers and international agreements that tie the government's hands against the interests of the British public. Oh, Mr. Speaker, they're chanting that it... Mr. Speaker, they're chanting that it's void. Does someone want to stand up and tell us who they're supporting? Is it the plotters or the PM? Is it? Because I know that's what they really want to get to. They're not interested in hearing what a plan for the country should be because they're too focused on Labour Party problems. Mr. Speaker, we will keep running into these problems until they deal with activist lawyers and international agreements that tie the government's hands against the interests of the British public. Next, we must reduce welfare spending. It is eating every penny that we generate in income tax and more. We must spend much more on defence. Even former Labour defence secretaries are pleading with the government to do this. That's why we're proposing a sovereign defence fund which will overhaul Britain's defence industrial base. That's what the alternative could be. That alternative King's Speech makes difficult choices because that is what leadership is. We have laid out these plans now because we are more than happy for Labour to take them. They might be our political opponents, Mr. Speaker, but we are all citizens of this country. We recognise the enormous challenges facing Britain. We want to see these problems solved, and so do our constituents. Time and again, I have offered the Prime Minister support to pass difficult legislation. Time and again, I have offered the Prime Minister support to pass difficult legislation. Time and again, he has turned it down. It might be too late for him now, but it's not too late for his successor. It is time to get serious. It is time to deliver. That is what the British public expect. That is what the Conservative Party will do.
I now call the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, can I say what a pleasure it is to welcome the gracious speech of His Majesty and the radical agenda of this Labour government that will tear down the status quo that has failed working people and build a stronger, fairer Britain. Mr. Speaker, in light of the abhorrent attacks in Golders Green 2 weeks ago, let me start by briefly addressing that directly. It was the latest in a series of appalling anti-Semitic attacks. A normalisation of hatred that leads terrorists with warped Islamist ideologies to attack people they've never even met simply because they are Jewish. A hatred that leads some to march calling for the murder of British Jews and not to think there might be something wrong about that. Mr. Speaker, I've fought this hatred in my own political party. I've sat with others as they describe what it means for them. The fear, the sense that maybe they shouldn't wear something or do something that might reveal their Jewish identity, just in case. Mr. Speaker, it is time for the silent majority in this country to speak up, to stand with British Jews and defeat this hatred once and for all. Just as we will take on any form of hatred, from left or right, that seeks to divide us. Mr. Speaker, in the words of the gracious speech, we will defend the British values of decency, tolerance and respect for difference under our common flag. Mr. Speaker, that is also why, when far-right agitators try to come here this Saturday to spread their poison of hatred, this Labour government will block them this time and every time. Mr. Speaker, the gracious speech was brilliantly proposed by my honourable friend, the member for Bradford West. Members across the House will have read her remarkable new book. Her list of endorsements is truly impressive, reaching well over 100 members. At last, Mr. Speaker, a list that we could all get behind. And Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time that has shown her ability to bring people together. She united her city and many in this House when she sent George Galloway packing. And Mr. Speaker, the House will know that she is passionate about the measures this government is taking to lift 500,000 children out of poverty. As we all are on this side of the House, it is the pride of these benches. But the House might not know about her remarkable effort to get Marcus Rashford to champion free school meals and speak to pupils in her constituency. Now, most of us would have attempted this, Mr. Speaker, via the complex world of agents and managers. But my honourable friend had a different idea. She spoke to, as you do, the sister of Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, I can imagine the Ronaldo household is used to fielding some pretty big offers. Multi-million-pound transfers, billions in brand sponsorships, Piers Morgan calling for the 8th time that day. But I cannot imagine the confusion in the Ronaldo family when they heard my honourable friend say, not is Cristiano Ronaldo available, but can you give me the number of Marcus Rashford? I want to invite him to a primary school in Allerton and have some porridge in our free breakfast club. Mr. Speaker, on a much more serious note, I know the whole House will join me in paying tribute to my honourable friend's extraordinary courage, together with her mother, brother and sister. This story is utterly harrowing. Their strength to survive and the deep-rooted determination to fight for change is an inspiration for all of us and the very best of who we are. My honourable friend brings a lived experience to our politics, an empathy, a compassion, a humanity, an understanding of how easy it is to slip from a stable and secure life into one gripped by terrible deprivation. As she writes in her book, behind every word we utter must lie the foundation of real human experience. And in that spirit, I'm sure she will welcome the measures in this King's speech, which will deliver change grounded in that lived experience, and the tireless campaigners who have fought for justice, from remediation for those living in homes with unsafe cladding, to banning abusive conversion practices, from our mission to halve violence against women and girls, to the Hillsborough Law, which will bring justice for all. As she says so powerfully, equality, fairness and justice must belong to all of us. That is the driving purpose of our party, and her speech was in the finest traditions of this House. Mr. Speaker, His Majesty's speech was also brilliantly seconded by the honourable friend, the member from Harlow. Now, we are all proud to represent our constituencies, but few of us so relentlessly name our constituency as those who represent Harlow. Members from previous parliaments will remember my honourable friend's predecessor, Robert Halfon, who seemed to get Harlow into pretty well all of his contributions. Well, my honourable friend will not be outdone. He has inherited the great Harlow shoehorn, and indeed, he's already recognised across this House as a one-man tourist board. And I have to thank the member for Huntingdon, caught in Hansard, referring to my honourable friend as the trade envoy to Harlow. A rare example of a good idea from the opposition. Because no matter the debate, my honourable friend will find the local connection, from championing the role of Harlow College in climate change to praising the invention of fibre optic cables in Harlow, and telling us how Harlow doubled for Paris during an episode of The Crown. Mr. Speaker, I remember very clearly my honourable friend saying to me that wherever he goes in the world, he is always thinking about Harlow. Mr. Speaker, he's quite right. And can I congratulate him on his amazing fundraising at this year's London Marathon, as has been mentioned. I do understand his disappointment at being overtaken by the right honourable member for Basildon and Billericay. All I can say is there is no shame in losing to someone whose training was so extensive that it involved running all the way from northwest Durham to Billericay. Mr. Speaker, as a secondary school maths teacher for 15 years, it is perhaps no surprise that my honourable friend brings an eye for detail, boundless energy and ability to handle these occasionally unruly benches. But he also brings a real passion for young people, a deep and personal understanding of the invaluable role that young carers play, and a total conviction in the power of education to change our country. So I know he will welcome the education bill in the gracious speech. And when the next series of Educating Essex is made, my honourable friend will rightly be the star. And I thank him for yet another fantastic speech today. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the Leader of the Opposition for the usual warm and generous nature of her contribution. In difficult days, her input is always a ray of sunshine. I'm particularly getting tips from her on how to win friends. This is from the person, Mr. Speaker, who previously called us orcs and goons. Mr. Speaker, I am a gooner, and so, as usual, she is less than half right. But we do have one thing in common. Our parties both had tough results in the local elections last week. The difference is, she hasn't noticed. And Mr. Speaker, there's another difference, Mr. Speaker. We are in government, and they are no longer even the opposition. Mr. Speaker, this King's speech is a strike against the status quo that has failed working people. It's a King's speech for the young people whose gifts lie in their hands, who work hard, want their talents to be recognised, and just want an opportunity in their community. A King's speech for the children who, under the party opposite, had to go to school without breakfast, hungry, cold and tired, when they should be focused on their learning. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a King's speech for the backbone of this country, for working people who worry about the cost of living, want their town centres to thrive, their public services to work, their government to be on their side. And, Mr. Speaker, we are, because the heart of this programme is a plan to make Britain stronger and Britain fairer. Mr. Speaker, right now, across the country, people turn on their television and they see bombs falling. They go to the petrol station and see prices rising, and they're worried sick about the consequences. We cannot stand here in this House and pretend that this is new. Britain has been buffeted by crises for decades now. The 2008 financial crash, the austerity that followed it, Brexit, COVID, and the war that still rages in Ukraine. And the response, their response, is always the same, a desperate attempt to get back to a status quo that failed working people, decimated their public services, and made them pay the price. Our response this time must and will be different, a complete break. We will not simply slump back to the old ways, because this King's speech gives us the strength we need, the economic security, energy security and national security to control our future in a chaotic world. It is an agenda of radical reform across our major public services, an urgent activist Labour government that tilts power back to workers, renters and the less fortunate, gives voice to the working class and to all those that the status quo has repeatedly ignored and dismissed, in favour of a Britain where everyone, whatever their background, can go as far as their talent and effort takes them, where people have a pride in where they live and hope in what lies ahead. That is the change of a Labour government, and this King's speech delivers it. Mr. Speaker, we will deliver on economic security. And let me be clear, as the conflict in Iran unfolds, We are in a better position because of the action that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, took last year. Getting inflation down, borrowing down, and mortgage costs down. And that's why we've been able to cap energy bills, raise the living wage, strengthen workers' rights, and end the shameful two-child benefit limit, lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, faced with challenges, we don't retreat from our Labour values. We use them as our compass. Strength through fairness. So we will keep supporting those who need it most, including by creating a new national programme to redistribute surplus food so that no one in this country needs to go hungry because of the conflict overseas. We also need to strengthen our sovereign capabilities, because the days when this country turns its back on our critical industries, they are over. And we've seen that, Mr. Speaker, with British Steel, and we will see it with new legislation to clean up our waterways, a failure in the water industry that has been going on for decades. It is a disgrace, and this Labour government will tackle it. And, Mr. Speaker, we will take that moral urgency to every part of our nation, with bills to increase the pace of change in our NHS, in law enforcement, in controlling our borders and more. Because whilst immigration is down, we need to do more. Whilst violent crime is down, it needs to be lower. Whilst NHS waiting lists are down, we must go further. A rewiring of the state so that the working people of this country feel that it serves their interests. And, Mr. Speaker, we will also build in this country sovereign power in the industries of the future that will give us greater control in a world being reshaped by artificial intelligence. We will tear down the barriers to growth on planning, on faster infrastructure development, on business regulation, helping our great businesses, large and small. And, Mr. Speaker, we will, as a defining act of this government, rebuild our relationship with Europe. Britain back at the heart of a stronger Europe. That is good for growth. It will reduce the cost of living and strengthen our security. There is no good reason to oppose it. So for our economic security, for our Labour values, this government will act. Yes.
Prime Minister, in my part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, we have been subjected now for some years to the humiliation of being governed by laws we don't make and can't change. And yet you, Prime Minister, now seem to want to impose that same denial of democracy in the whole United Kingdom by becoming a subservient rule taker from a foreign parliament. How is that in the interest of democracy?
Can I just say to Honourable Member, he's been here long enough to not blame me for the problem. I am not you. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his intervention. I'm very well aware of the tensions in Northern Ireland, the issues that have to be dealt with in relation to relations with the EU. But we have to face the fact that promises were made about Brexit, which were not true, which haven't borne fruit. It is in our economic interests, our national interest and defence interests to be closer to Europe. Of course we will navigate carefully, taking on board the issues in Northern Ireland, as he would expect. But it is in our interest to be closer to the EU. That is what we are doing, and we will go further. Mr. Speaker, this moment also demands even greater radicalism on energy security. The British people should not have to pay more in their bills, and their living standards should not be hit because of a war that they did not vote for, that Britain is not involved in, happening thousands of miles away. That is a fundamental argument of this government, and the party opposite has no answer to it. Because for decades they ducked the long-term decisions to make our country, our energy and our economy stronger. So we are going to take control. We are going to declare Britain's energy independence. That does not mean, and it will not mean, that we turn off the taps in the North Sea. Oil and gas will be part of the mix for decades. But we have to move so much faster on clean energy, a whole society effort, everyone playing their part, as we take control of our energy security. And, Mr. Speaker, I will.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. He talks about energy security, and he should know that Scotland currently exists in a state of energy surplus. We generate more electricity than we use, and he should know that under conditions of surplus, prices go down. But in Scotland, because we have to be stuck in the GB energy market, we pay for the scarcity of energy in England, but not just to the equal, to the detriment, higher prices for energy in Scotland. Can he explain why that dysfunction exists and what's in this King's speech to fix it?
Well, what's in this King's speech to fix it is moving faster to our energy independence. That is the way that we get off the international markets. That is the way that we take control and reduce bills for people across the country. Mr. Speaker, we will of course also strengthen our country's defence security. That starts with the fundamentals and a recognition that it is not in the interests of this country to rush into a war without any thought of the consequences. That is my position. That has always been my position, regardless of the pressure. A test of judgment which some in this House have failed. It continues, Mr. Speaker, with our commitment to NATO, the most successful defensive alliance in history. A proud achievement of this party that others would throw away. Today, faced with even greater threats, we need to strengthen NATO, we need to invest in our defence capabilities, and we need to strengthen the European element of NATO, because this nation is stronger when it stands with others, not just in word, but in deed. We are prepared to lead from the front, to bring nations together in this moment of danger, to support Ukraine, including through the coalition of the willing, and to act with our allies to reassure shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're not merely content to manage the fallout of the Iran crisis. Instead, we're building an international effort to solve it and end the economic harm. And of course, Mr. Speaker, standing up for the defence and security of the United Kingdom depends on one thing above all else: ending 14 years of Tory defence austerity, with the biggest sustained investment since the Cold War. And we will go further with the measures outlined in the King's speech, with our upcoming defence investment plan. And, Mr. Speaker, we will develop the capabilities our nation needs. We will also deepen our partnerships to fire up our industries and make sure that British skill, British pride and British resolve are converted into British jobs in a stronger, fairer Britain. Yes, I will.
To the Prime Minister for giving way. He's used a lot of words about the Defence Investment Plan, which was, I think, due in the autumn of last year. So when's he going to sign it?
I'll take no lectures from the party opposite. They hollowed out defence spend. Defence spend was 2.5% when they came into power, 2.3% when they left power. The investment plan is being finalised and will be published soon. But, Mr. Speaker, the strength is the foundation. That's the way we maintain our control, even in the storms of blood. I won't give way.
I mean, the Prime Minister quite rightly prioritised the defence of the country. We have depended for decades on the courage, honour and loyalty of our soldiers. They, of course, some of our best units, are now losing soldiers because this government is undermining them and allowing them to be prosecuted and persecuted for alleged crimes that were not carried out decades ago in the Northern Ireland Bill.
Mr. Speaker, he knows very well that the provisions in Northern Ireland are intended to strike the right balance between what needs to be done and protecting our veterans. We are, of course, proud of all those that have served and do serve our country, but the legislation that was put forward by the last government was struck down, leaving no protection whatsoever. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'll go on. I'll make some progress. The way we change our country, rather than make our progress.
He will know that in the recent Supreme Court Dillon judgment,
the court ruled that our Legacy Act overwhelmingly was not incompatible with the Human Rights Act. He knows that. But he referenced the awful events in Golders Green, rightfully. And he defended the police officers against attacks on the leader of the Green Party, rightfully, and said they had to take split-second decisions. So if Northern Ireland veterans had to take split-second decisions to uphold the rule of law in Northern Ireland, what's the difference?
I have been in control rooms in Northern Ireland, watching decisions being taken on the use of fatal force. I'm well aware of the nature of the decisions that have to be taken, the circumstances in which they're taken, and how difficult those decisions are. That is not the same as the issues in this bill, and he knows it. Mr. Speaker, strength is the foundation. It is the way we maintain our control, even in the storms of this world, the way we change our country rather than just manage the crisis. And more than anything, change means a Britain where every child can go as far as their talent or effort allows. It is a beautiful idea, one that I know is shared across the House. But we need, as representatives of this country, to see the country as a whole, to make sure we see every child, including the children who are growing up in poverty, the children who have special educational needs, and the young people who can't get a job, and the people who are ignored, excluded from our highest aspirations because they don't want to go to university. This is a King's Speech to change that, Mr. Speaker, once and for all. Mr. Speaker, my late brother had difficulties learning, and he had to fight every day just to be seen. And there are millions of people like him, people who are ignored by a system, a status quo that has no expectations for them. This King's Speech will make sure no child is left behind, because everyone has something to contribute to the success of this nation. And every child must succeed if we're to build a stronger, fairer Britain. That is how we tear down the status quo preserved by the party opposite, a status quo that failed working people, a status quo that left Britain's economy exposed, a status quo that made our country weak. There are some in this country, some even in this House, who would feed the frustration with that status quo into a politics of grievance and division. This King's Speech sets a different course, a more hopeful course, a course that sees the conflict in Iran, a war on two fronts, not as something to wring our hands about, but as an opportunity we must take to shape our country's future, to end the status quo that has failed working people, to build a stronger, fairer Britain. That is what this King's Speech delivers, and I commend it to the House.
The Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I start by giving my sincere thanks to His Majesty King Charles for His Grace's speech on behalf of all Liberal Democrats. While we still believe President Trump should not have been rewarded for insulting British soldiers and the Royal Navy, His Majesty was superb on that state visit. And can I join others in paying tribute to the honourable members for Bradford West and for Harlow for their accomplished speeches, proposing and seconding the Royal Address. Like myself, the honourable lady worked in a factory. For her, it was crisps. For me, it was pork pies. If we throw in the honourable member for the Isle of Wight West, who worked in the soft drinks industry, together we are a meal deal. But may I say, she is the real McCoy. The honourable member for Bradford West has already had an extraordinary life and career, talking from first-hand experience about how violence against women and homelessness touches millions of people. And we are in her debt for that and for her bravery and courage. Can I also congratulate the honourable member for Harlow for his speech? I hear he recently ran the London Marathon. Now, the House might be shocked to know I have more experience with crisps than long-distance running. But I would add that it's a great pleasure to work with him on young carers and young adult carers, something that we are both passionate about. And can I thank him for his leadership chairing the all-party parliamentary group. As others have mentioned, including himself, the honourable gentleman was a maths teacher for many years and no doubt had to deal with bad behaviour in the classroom. He may want to advise the Prime Minister on whether the Health Secretary should be put in detention. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to cover in responding to this King's speech, but I want to start by addressing directly the atrocious acts of anti-Semitism British Jews are experiencing at the moment. The insecurity and fears the community now feel. Week after week, British Jews are being attacked, intimidated and persecuted. Heaton Park Synagogue, Kenton United Synagogue, Finchley Reform Synagogue, Jewish Futures in Hendon, the Hatzola ambulances, and now the Golders Green stabbings. When I visited Marble Arch Synagogue last week, members of the Jewish community questioned whether Britain is a safe place for them, whether they must move abroad to be safe. No one should have to ask themselves this question in our country today. No one. The Independent Review of Terrorism Legislation, Jonathan Hall, is right to call these appalling levels of anti-Semitism a national security emergency. He's also right to say that existing laws must be properly enforced. That's why I welcome the government's initiative to bring forward a policing bill and urge it to ensure police and prosecutors receive the right training and support to pursue anti-Semitic crimes much more effectively. And it's why we on these benches have long called for the IRGC to be prescribed as a terrorist organisation to tackle the threat that these Iranian terrorists pose to British Jews. The legislation finally confirmed today, I believe, to prescribe the IRGC must be a top and urgent priority for legislation. Yes, I have your way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome what the Prime Minister's doing in relation to IRGC, but he will be aware that some 30,000 individuals who protested in the streets of Iran are in jail. Some of those are on death row about to be executed because of standing up for liberty and freedom. Does he feel that maybe government should, perhaps, and the Prime Minister in particular, should be taking action to try and get those people freed? Because now's the time to act. Thank you.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to mention those individuals in Iran who have been persecuted by the appalling Iranian regime, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will have heard that and will make as many representations as possible, though I accept this is not an easy matter given the regime in Tehran. Mr. Speaker, this is the 23rd humble address I've listened to in this House, and it's the most surreal by far. Everyone in this House and everyone in the country know this Prime Minister may soon not be in power, not in place for his own programme, not able to deliver these promises. Mr. Speaker, the votes on this King's speech ought to be interesting, a test of confidence in this government and this Prime Minister. We will be voting against this King's speech, Mr. Speaker, but how many members opposite will? By my reckoning, if every Labour MP who's called for the Prime Minister to go voted that way, this government's huge majority would be at risk. Let's see if they have the courage of their convictions. We will be voting against, not just because the Prime Minister is one of the weakest Prime Ministers in post-war history now, but because this King's speech does not offer the change our country needs. It does not offer the change needed to fix the insecurity people and businesses are increasingly fearful of. Change to deal with rising prices. People know inflation in food, energy and fuel is set to rocket, but people don't think the Prime Minister has their backs on the economy. The financial and economic insecurity stalking our country is hitting growth, investment and jobs. And we were promised change, promised a government with growth as its mission. Yet rather than change, we have continuity from the failures that came before. Faced with this calamity, what has the Prime Minister offered us today on growth? An EU reset bill that fails to reset. For a Prime Minister who knows a thing or two about failed resets, maybe we shouldn't be surprised. But the Prime Minister's refusal to remove his red lines on a new EU-UK customs union, the Prime Minister's refusal to go further than his red lines on the single market, the Prime Minister's refusal to deliver a new, deep trading relationship with our European partners with a proper youth mobility scheme. That all means he's consigning our country to higher prices and lower growth, and failing to address the economic insecurity plaguing our economy. Instead, we've been given taxes on jobs, the family farm tax. Now, to be fair to the government, not for a second. Now, to be fair to the government, part of our current economic problems stem from President Trump and his reckless war in Iran. Let's be absolutely clear, Trump's war is stoking the cost of living crisis to new alarming levels. Fuel prices up at the pump, food prices set to go up even more, and people's holidays threatened. The Prime Minister's biggest success is not taking us into Trump's damaging war with Iran when the Conservatives and Reform were urging him to do so. Yet by failing to build new and deeper economic alliances with Europe and the Commonwealth, as we have been urging, this country is set to be hit far harder by the inflation coming from the Straits of Hormuz.
Thank you for giving way. And I think we all recognise the impact that Trump's war is going to have on the economy. He offers membership of the single market and the customs union as a solution to this. Prices in Edinburgh South West are going up right now. How long would it take to access the single market? How long would it take to be a member of the customs union, in his estimation?
Grateful for the honourable gentleman's intervention. He obviously didn't notice that we've been the only party putting forward a costed package to reduce the cost of petrol and diesel at the pumps, and that could be done immediately. So I think the honourable member should pay more attention. Trumpflation is predicted to be worse here because of the failures of this government and indeed the last. And Mr. Speaker, cozying up to this White House was never going to work, and it hasn't. And I suspect history will show that the Prime Minister's approach to President Trump was one of his worst mistakes. The sad truth is that President Trump is one of the reasons why so many people in our country do feel insecure, anxious and fearful about the future. From trade tariffs to the weakening of NATO, President Trump has broken all the certainties British people and British businesses used to rely upon. Yet this government has been far too slow to realise this and to respond to this new reality. The Conservatives and Reform may not have woken up, but there's no excuse for the government. And so it's been left to us, Madam Deputy Speaker. The country can know that my party will champion new and changing international alliances so vital for the British economy and the defence of the United Kingdom. But let me try to find an area of agreement. I do welcome the government's decision to bring forward an energy independence bill, though we will scrutinise it line by line and advance our more ambitious ideas. But I've long felt energy independence should be a long-term goal for our country and our allies. Even before Trump's war in Iran, people and businesses were being hit because of our dependence on others for fuel. Energy bills for households are still around a third higher than before Putin's war in Ukraine. When fossil fuel dictators like Vladimir Putin can hit the pockets of every family and pensioner in our country, when tyrannical regimes like Tehran's can hold our country and the world to ransom, surely it's time to wake up. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, oil and gas prices have a long history of spiking and hurting our economy. Even when North Sea oil and gas production was at its height, now almost 30 years ago, the UK could still be hit because we have always been price takers. And while I've always been pragmatic on our North Sea oil industry, for our economy, not least in Scotland, it is simply fantasy and fabrication for some in this House to pretend there is a solution in the North Sea to high energy prices. The best way to cut energy bills is to invest in homegrown renewable power. So in the Energy Independence Bill, we will push the government to go further, just like we did early in this Parliament on solar power with the Sunshine Bill of my honourable friend for Cheltenham. Now law. And Mr. Speaker, The Prime Minister, or whoever replaces him, must take up our plan to protect people from Trumpflation on fuel bills and cut fuel duty, rail fares and bus prices, protect British families and businesses right now. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrat agenda of greater security for families and businesses begins with greater economic, financial and energy security, but it's also built on greater security for our country. The government must do far more to bolster our nation's defences. With Vladimir Putin waging war in Europe and the need to redouble our efforts to support our brave Ukrainian allies to beat Russia, with a wildly unpredictable president sitting in the White House, leading a dangerous, idiotic war in the Middle East, and then undermining NATO at every turn, with a world order challenged by the rise of China, the case for urgent and significant rises in defence spending is clearly a strong one. And it is even stronger when one looks at the state of our defence readiness. The Conservatives failed on the #1 task of any government to defend our country and back our armed forces. They left our army at the lowest size since Napoleonic wars. They left our navy at the lowest size since the English Civil War. And yet this Labour government has moved at a snail's pace, failing month after month to publish their own defence investment plan. In contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've called for the immediate launch of defence bonds to raise 20 billion over 2 years, building on successful models used by Poland, and for a commitment to spending 3% of GDP on defence by 2030 at the latest. We've argued for a new European rearmament bank, so our defence industries will lead the next generation of defence technologies. If the history of the last century has taught us anything, if the experience of President Trump has taught us anything, it is essential and urgent that we work with our European and Commonwealth allies to secure and defend our country, our values and our way of life. And central to our British way of life, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the NHS, to which I now turn. And it's important I do so, because I'm likely to be the only opposition party leader to stand up for healthcare in this debate, as the Conservatives are so embarrassed by their record, and Reform's leader has spent decades saying he wants to get rid of the NHS entirely. Now, the government would have us believe that he's turned the NHS round after the mess left by the last government. But when he's not plotting his next leadership bid on the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State would have Labour backbenchers believe he's fixing the NHS. If only, Madam Deputy Speaker, if only. Now we're told that the Health Secretary is preparing to resign tomorrow. Madam Deputy Speaker, this resignation is taking so long, it would give NHS waiting lists a run for their money. Anyone who visits their local hospital knows that the NHS remains in a critical state. Thousands of people are still being treated in hospital corridors every day. We're now even seeing job adverts for people to provide care in corridors. I'll give way.
I'd be interested if he could remind us how he voted on Andrew Langton's reforms of the NHS, many of which are still creating problems in our NHS today.
Many of those, and he ought to know that there's not only been a long time when this party was messing up our NHS, but they've had 2 years and they've absolutely failed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let's turn to their promises to turn round primary care, with more GPs, more NHS dentists, more community pharmacists. Well, some areas of the country have been going backwards since this government came to power. And when it comes to people feeling more secure in their lives, in their futures, quality healthcare is central. I won't list off all our policies for fixing the NHS, except one: care, social care, family care. And not for the first time, I must declare an interest. The reason I want to focus on care is because it is the central, radical and transformational change that has to happen if we are to fix our NHS. 2 years ago, in the debate on the last Humble Address, I raised care with the Prime Minister as the big challenge the government had to tackle to rescue the NHS. I welcomed promises back then for cross-party working. But what's happened? Almost nothing. True, the excellent Baroness Casey has been dispatched around the country, on a timetable written in the Treasury, but her report lands just before the election. So once again, nothing happens for care in this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a betrayal of the elderly and disabled who need better care, of their families and of the NHS. We will not let up in the fight to fix social care and to back people caring for their loved ones at home. We will put forward the changes our country needs for people to feel less insecure when facing old age and illness. And there's another aspect to our national life where insecurity has got worse and worse, and that's farming and food. British farmers are world-renowned. They are the key to ensuring everyone has high-quality and affordable food on their plates. And yet, they have been let down and forgotten time and again by the Conservatives, who undermined our food security with bad trade deals and botched funding. The last Conservative government left England as the only country in Europe where farmers aren't supported to produce food. But somehow this Labour government has managed to make things worse for farmers, not least with their terrible mess over the family farm tax. That is why we've been calling for a good food bill in this King's Speech to prioritise food security and back British farmers to produce British food. With Trump's idiotic war in Iran hitting farmers with everything from higher fertiliser costs to higher prices for red diesel, the need for our good food bill couldn't be more urgent. Coupled with our plans